Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep before we dive into a world of calm and serenity. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. Pinocchio. In the small Italian village of Collodi, where cobbled streets meandered between old houses and the scent of fresh bread mingled with the smell of freshly cut wood, there lived a carpenter called Geppetto. His small workshop, illuminated by the golden light coming in through a dusty window, was his refuge and workplace. The walls were decorated with meticulously organized tools and pieces of wood of different sizes and textures waited patiently to be transformed into something special. Geppetto was known for his exceptional ability to create wooden toys that delighted the children of the village. His kind eyes, framed by thick gray eyebrows, shone when he saw the joy on the little ones' faces when they received his creations. However, behind that gentle smile, there was a deep loneliness that had accompanied him for years. One particularly cold night, while the stars twinkled in the dark sky like diamonds scattered on the black velvet, Geppetto found a special piece of wood in his workshop. It was a pine log that seemed to pulsate with a mysterious energy. His experienced hands caressed the smooth surface, and he felt something different, something magical. Tonight, he muttered to himself, I'm going to create something truly special. With his tools in hand, he began to carve. The hours passed as he worked tirelessly, shaping what would become his most ambitious project, a life-size doll of a boy. As the night wore on, every detail came to life. Under his skilled hands, the expressive eyes, the delicate nose, the articulated limbs. Geppetto worked with such love and dedication that without realizing it, he began to talk to his creation as if it were already real. You will be my son, he whispered, putting the finishing touches to the doll. I'm going to call you Pinocchio. It was at that moment that something extraordinary happened. A silver-blue glow filled the workshop, and an ethereal figure materialized. It was the Blue Fairy, a magical creature of incomparable beauty. Her hair fluttered like silk in the wind even though there was no breeze in the room. Geppetto, her melodious voice echoed through the workshop. Your pure heart and sincere love have touched the realm of magic. Tonight, your wish will be granted. With a graceful flick of her wand, the fairy cast an enchantment over the wooden doll. Tiny sparks of light danced around Pinocchio, and to Geppetto's amazement, the puppet began to move. First, the toes twitched, then the knees bent, and finally the wooden eyes blinked, revealing a glimmer of life. Dad was the first word that came out of Pinocchio's wooden lips, making Geppetto's heart overflow with joy. The Blue Fairy, however, had an important warning. Pinocchio can become a real boy, but first he must prove his worth. He must learn the difference between right and wrong, be brave, honest, and selfless. It was then that a little cricket, who had always inhabited Geppetto's workshop, also received a special gift from the fairy. Transformed into a talking cricket, he would be Pinocchio's conscience, a guide on his journey to becoming real. I'll always be close by, said the talking cricket, adjusting a small hat and an elegant coat that magically appeared on his body to help Pinocchio make the right choices. In the days that followed, Geppetto discovered that raising a wooden child had its own unique challenges. Pinocchio, although full of life and curiosity, also showed a worrying tendency to get into mischief. His impulsive and naive nature led him into tricky situations, and his facility for lying soon manifested itself in a very peculiar way. His wooden nose grew with every lie he told. Remember Pinocchio constantly warned the talking cricket, the truth is always the best way. Every lie not only makes your nose grow, but also takes you away from your dream of becoming a real boy. Collodi's village was soon abuzz with the presence of the living puppet. Some people welcomed him with fascination and affection, while others looked on with suspicion. For Pinocchio, every day brought new discoveries and temptations. The world beyond Geppetto's workshop was vast and full of wonders, but also of dangers that the naive puppet didn't yet understand. One day, when Geppetto decided it was time for Pinocchio to start his education, a new phase of challenges began. The idea of going to school aroused conflicting feelings in the puppet. On the one hand, there was the desire to learn and make his father proud. On the other, the distractions of the outside world were too tempting. "You need to study to grow up wise and good," explained Geppetto, preparing a small bag with school supplies he had bought with his savings. Education is the first step to becoming a real boy. As Pinocchio prepared for his first school adventure, the talking cricket watched with a mixture of hope and concern. He knew that the road to Pinocchio's transformation would be long and full of trials. The puppet would have to learn to resist temptation, distinguish true friends from false ones, and above all, remain faithful to the truth. The blue fairy, although no longer visible, kept a watchful eye on her magical creation. Pinocchio's fate lay in his own wooden hands, and his choices would determine whether he would achieve his dream of becoming a real boy or remain forever an animated puppet. The next morning, Pinocchio adjusted his little wooden tie, and with his bag of materials on his back, set off for school. The morning sun cast long shadows over the cobbled streets as Geppetto proudly watched his wooden son walk away from the workshop, talking. Cricket discreetly followed a few steps behind, determined to keep a watchful eye on his protégé. The road to school was full of tempting distractions. The sweet aroma coming from the bakery made Pinocchio pause momentarily, his wooden nose sniffing the air with curiosity. Across the street, a group of children were playing with colorful spinning tops, their laughter echoing through the quiet morning. With each new distraction, the talking cricket gently reminded him of his mission. "Remember, Pinocchio," whispered the cricket, "school is where you have to go. Your father worked hard to buy your materials." On arriving at school, Pinocchio was greeted with a mixture of amazement and curiosity by his new classmates. Some approached, fascinated gently, touching his wooden skin, while others kept their distance, whispering among themselves. The teacher, a kind lady called Donna Rosa, welcomed him with a warm smile, although her eyes revealed a hint of surprise at seeing a wooden puppet among her students. "Welcome, Pinocchio," she said, leading him to an empty desk. "I hope you're ready to learn." The first few hours of class were a challenge for the restless puppet. His wooden fingers struggled to hold the pencil correctly, and the creaking of his joints sometimes distracted the other pupils. But Pinocchio struggled on remembering the hopeful look on Geppetto's face when he had sent him to school. During break time, Pinocchio met two boys, Romeo and Franco, who seemed particularly interested in making friends. They invited him to sit with them and shared their snacks, something the puppet couldn't reciprocate since he didn't need to eat. Pinocchio, said Romeo with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, have you heard about the Stromboli Puppet Theater? It's in town today. Puppet theater? Asked Pinocchio, his wooden eyes widening with curiosity. Yes, continued Franco. It's the greatest show there is. It has music, dancing, and puppets that seem to have a life of their own, just like you. Talking Cricket, who was watching the conversation from his nearby hiding place, felt a tightening in his chest. He knew that kind of conversation well, and where it usually led. But what about school? Asked Pinocchio, a small wrinkle of concern forming on his wooden forehead. Oh, the school will be here tomorrow, said Romeo with a shrug. But the theater? It leaves tonight. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The rest of the school day passed like a blur for Pinocchio, his mind divided between the duty of studying and the temptation of the theater. Talking Cricket tried to intervene whenever he could, whispering words of caution, but the seed of adventure had already been planted in the puppet's wooden heart. When the bell rang announcing the end of school, instead of going home, Pinocchio found himself following Romeo and Franco towards the center of town, where a large, colorful tent stood in the main square. Pinocchio, think again, implored the talking Cricket, jumping frantically to his side. Your father will be worried, and the school. But the puppet was mesmerized by the sound of the music coming from the tent, the glare of the lights, and the buzz of the crowd. His wooden heart beat faster with the excitement of the adventure ahead. Inside the tent, the spectacle was even more impressive than Romeo and Franco had described. Puppets danced and sang, performing impossible acrobatics in the air. Pinocchio watched with wide eyes, completely oblivious to his responsibilities. It was then that Stromboli, the master of ceremonies, a burly man with an exuberant mustache and calculating eyes, noticed something special in the audience. A wooden puppet that moved without strings. His eyes lit up with greed as he imagined the possibilities. How wonderful, exclaimed Stromboli, approaching Pinocchio after the show. A puppet that moves by itself. You'd be the star of my show. Pinocchio was flattered by the attention. The idea of becoming a star, of having people applaud and admire him, was too tempting to resist. Talking Cricket desperately tried to make his voice heard amid the excitement of the moment. But what about Geppetto, reminded Cricket. What about his dream of becoming a real boy? Meanwhile, in his workshop, Geppetto looked anxiously out of the window, waiting for his wooden son to return. The hours passed, and his worry grew by the minute. He didn't know that his little Pinocchio was about to embark on an adventure that would test not only his courage, but also his loyalty and honesty. Night was beginning to fall on Collodi, and Pinocchio's choices would set him on a path full of consequences he couldn't yet imagine. The theater of Stromboli held dark secrets behind its colorful curtains, and the wooden puppet was about to discover that not all glitter is gold. Stromboli led Pinocchio backstage, showing him the dressing rooms full of hanging puppets and glittering costumes. The wooden puppet was amazed by it all. imagining himself on stage being applauded by hundreds of people. The businessman, with his deep voice and grandiose gestures, painted a tantalizing picture of fame and fortune. "Imagine my young friend," said Stromboli, his eyes shining with ill-concealed ambition. "You will be the greatest attraction this theater has ever seen. A puppet that moves without strings. The audience will love it." Talking Cricket, who was watching everything from a dark corner, felt his little heart squeeze with worry. He knew that kind of seductive promise well, and was desperately trying to make his voice heard. "Pinocchio, think of your father," begged Cricket. "Geppetto must be worried to death." But the puppet was too bewitched by the promise of glory to listen to the advice of his conscience. Stromboli presented a contract vaguely explaining its terms, while pointing to where Pinocchio should sign. "It's just a formality," assured the businessman, his smile not reaching his eyes. "You'll be rich and famous." His hands shaking with excitement, Pinocchio signed the contract without reading it, hardly realizing that he had just committed himself to something much more serious than he had imagined. Romeo and Franco, who had disappeared discreetly during the conversation, reappeared only to receive a few coins from Stromboli, their reward for bringing yet another attraction to the theater. Pinocchio's first show was a resounding success. The audience was enchanted by the puppet who danced and sang without the need for strings. His natural movements and genuine expressions provoked sighs of admiration and enthusiastic applause. For a few hours, Pinocchio felt truly special. However, after the show, when he tried to go out to visit Geppetto, he discovered the true nature of his deal with Stromboli. The businessman locked him in a metal cage, revealing his true face. "You belong to me now, doll," growled Stromboli, his once mellifluous voice now filled with cruelty. "That contract you so happily signed gives me all rights to you." Pinocchio's wooden heart sank. Tears of regret streamed down his face as he realized the terrible mistake he had made. Talking Cricket, who had managed to sneak into the cage, tried to console him. "Oh, Cricket," sobbed Pinocchio, "why didn't I listen to your advice? Now I'll never see my father again. I'll never be able to go to school. I'll never become a real boy." As the night progressed, the circus began to move on to the next town. The cart, carrying Pinocchio's cage, bumped along the dark roads, each kilometer increasing the distance between him and his beloved father. Meanwhile, in Collodi, Geppetto searched frantically for his son. He roamed the dark streets of the town, knocking on every door, asking everyone he met if they had seen his precious wooden doll. His voice, hoarse from calling for Pinocchio, echoed through the empty streets. In the moving cage, Pinocchio tried to think of a way to escape. It was then that he had an idea. Perhaps he could convince Stromboli to let him go just for a short visit to his father. "Mr. Stromboli," he called out as the businessman passed. "Bye. Can I just pay my father a quick visit? I promise I'll be back." "Your father," laughed Stromboli, sarcastically. "A piece of wood doesn't have a father. You're just property, my property." At that moment, Pinocchio's nose began to grow, not because he had lied, but because he had promised something he knew he wouldn't keep. The sudden growth of his nose surprised Stromboli, who took a frightened step backwards. Talking Cricket, seeing an opportunity, quickly whispered to Pinocchio, "Use that to your advantage. Maybe we can find a way to escape." The puppet understood the plan. He began to tell deliberate little lies, making his nose grow longer and longer until it extended beyond the bars of the cage. With each new lie, the nose grew even longer, creating a kind of lever that began to force the prison bars. Stromboli watched in horror as the metal bars began to crack under the pressure of the growing nose. With a final snap, the cage opened, and Pinocchio, taking advantage of the confusion, leapt to freedom, with the talking cricket clinging tightly to his clothes. They ran off into the night, chased by the furious screams of Stromboli and his assistants. The wooden puppet had never run so fast in his life, his jointed limbs creaking with the effort. The talking cricket guided him through the darkness, helping him to pick his way back home. The full moon illuminated their path as they got deeper and deeper into the forest that surrounded the road. The sounds of the chase gradually subsided until all that was left was the silence of the night and the soft rustle of their footsteps on the dry leaves. Exhausted and regretful, Pinocchio finally stopped to rest under a large tree. His nose, still elongated from his lies, slowly began to return to its normal size, as he admitted his mistakes to himself and to the talking cricket. "I've learned my lesson," he said softly. "I'll never disobey my father or ignore his advice again, Cricket. Now, I just need to find my way back home." Talking, Cricket smiled, gently happy to see that his protege was finally understanding the value of honesty and obedience. But little did they know that their adventure was far from over, and that new challenges awaited them in the darkness of the forest. The darkness of the forest seemed to swallow Pinocchio and the talking cricket as they tried to find their way back home. The trees, with their twisted branches, cast eerie shadows in the moonlight, and mysterious sounds echoed everywhere. The wooden puppet, still recovering from its escape from the Stromboli theater, pressed its arms against its body, feeling the weight of real fear for the first time. "Cricket," whispered Pinocchio, his voice trembling slightly, "are you sure we're going in the right direction?" Talking, Cricket, sitting on his protege's shoulder, tried to remain calm, although he was also worried. "Well, the stars can guide us," he replied, looking up at the sky through the treetops. "But this forest is denser than I imagined." As they walked, they encountered other forest creatures, owls that watched them with glowing eyes, foxes that sneaked through the bushes, and even some fireflies that for a moment reminded Pinocchio of the theater lights that had bewitched him hours before. Suddenly they heard children's voices and distant laughter. An orange light flickered between the trees, and the smell of roasting food hung in the air. Pinocchio, hungry for company, immediately wanted to investigate, but Talking Cricket held him back. "Careful, Pinocchio," he warned. "We've been in enough trouble for one day." But the puppet's curiosity was stronger. Approaching silently, they discovered a clearing where several boys were gathered around a campfire. It was a peculiar group, children of different ages, all with expressions of rebellious joy on their faces. "Look at that," exclaimed one of the boys, pointing to Pinocchio. "A puppet that walks." Before they could run away, they were surrounded by the group. To Pinocchio's surprise, the children showed no fear or repulsion, but genuine interest. The leader of the group, a boy called Lampwick, with tousled red hair and a sly smile, approached. "Welcome to the land of pleasures," announced Lampwick, bowing exaggeratedly. "Here there are no rules, school or adults, to tell us what to do. Talking Cricket immediately realized the danger, but Pinocchio was fascinated. The boys told stories about a magical place where children could do whatever they wanted, eat sweets all day, play endlessly, and never have to study or work. Come with us, insisted Lampwick. A magical wagon will pick us up at dawn. In the land of pleasures, you'll be free. The wooden doll felt torn. The promise of endless fun was tempting, but the memory of Geppetto's worried face haunted him. Talking Cricket seized this moment of hesitation to intervene. Pinocchio, remember what happened the last time you followed strangers? He whispered urgently. Think of your father. But the children kept trying to convince him, showing him toys, sweets, and games they had brought with them. The scent of roasted marshmallows and the sound of happy music filled the air, making it harder and harder to resist. Just one night, thought Pinocchio, just to find out what it's like. As the evening progressed, the puppet found himself joining in the fun, momentarily forgetting his worries. Talking Cricket watched apprehensively, noticing something strange in the other children's behavior. Their laughter seemed increasingly wild, their movements more uncontrolled. As the first rays of the sun began to tint the sky, a distant sound of bells and wheels caught everyone's attention. A colorful and ornate wagon emerged from the morning mist, pulled by creatures that looked like a mixture of horses and shadows. It's time, shouted Lampwick, running towards the wagon. Come on, Pinocchio. The land of pleasures awaits us. The puppet hesitated, looking alternately at the fantastic wagon and in the direction where he imagined his home would be. The talking Cricket begged him to make the right choice. Please, Pinocchio, pleaded the Cricket. Don't make another mistake. Your father. But before he could finish, a gust of wind swept across the clearing, and the cart driver, a hooded figure with eyes that glowed like coals, stretched out a skeletal hand towards the children. It was then that Pinocchio witnessed something terrible. As his new friends climbed into the cart, their shapes began to change. Pointed ears sprouted from their heads, their noses turned into snouts, and bushy tails tore at their clothes. They're turning into donkeys, cried Pinocchio, horrified. Talking Cricket tugged hard on the sleeve of his clothes. Run, Pinocchio, run now. Without a second thought, the puppet shot off into the forest, the sound of braying and maniacal laughter echoing behind him. Branches and bushes whipped his wooden body as he ran faster and faster, the talking Cricket clinging tightly to his neck. Their desperate escape took them deeper into the forest. But this time Pinocchio didn't care which direction he just wanted to get as far away from that terrible scene as possible. His wooden heart beat fast, and for the first time, he truly understood the value of the talking Cricket's warnings and his father's teachings. The sun continued to rise in the sky, lighting his way through the forest that seemed to have no end. Exhausted, but determined, Pinocchio knew he had to find his way back home to his father, to the safety and love he had left behind in search of empty adventures. Dawn found Pinocchio and the talking Cricket exhausted, but still moving through the forest. The frightening sounds of the magic wagon had finally ceased, leaving only the chirping of morning birds and the soft rustling of leaves. The wooden puppet, although tired, felt a new determination growing in his heart. He had to find his way back to Geppetto. "You know, Cricket," said Pinocchio as they walked, "ever since I came to life, I've caused my father nothing but worry. First school, then the Stromboli Theater, and now this." His voice shook slightly as he remembered the children turning into donkeys. The talking Cricket, who had remained silent for most of the escape, adjusted his little hat and replied wisely, "The important thing is not the mistakes we make, Pinocchio, but what we learn from them." As they made their way through the forest, they began to notice subtle signs of civilization, a better defined trail, some marks on trees, and eventually the distant sound of a stream that Pinocchio recognized from nearby Collodi. Hope was reborn in their hearts. However, the way back still held one last challenge. As they approached the stream, they heard cries for help coming from the water. Running to the shore, they saw something that chilled their hearts. Geppetto was in a small boat that had capsized in the strong current. "Dad!" cried Pinocchio, his wooden heart almost stopping at the sight of his father struggling against the turbulent waters. "He must have gone out to look for you," exclaimed the talking Cricket, jumping up anxiously. Without a second's hesitation, Pinocchio dived into the water. Being made of wood, he floated naturally, but the current was strong and threatened to sweep him away. With determined strokes, he swam towards his father, who was already showing signs of tiredness. "Pinocchio," shouted Geppetto when he saw his son approaching. "Careful, my son. The current is too strong." The puppet struggled against the water, using his natural lightness to reach Geppetto. When he finally reached him, he slung an arm around his father and began to swim back to the shore. The extra weight made progress more difficult, and Pinocchio could feel the water soaking his wood, making his movements heavier. Talking Cricket on the shore organized a group of forest animals to help squirrels stretched out long branches. Birds flew low, offering guidance, and even a beaver quickly began to build a small dam to slow down the current. With an extraordinary joint effort, Pinocchio managed to bring his father to the shore. They both fell exhausted onto the grass, Geppetto coughing up water, and Pinocchio feeling his wooden limbs heavier than ever. "My son," said Geppetto between gasping breaths, "I've been looking for you everywhere. When I heard about a wooden puppet in the traveling theater—" "Oh, father," interrupted Pinocchio, tears streaming down his wooden face, "forgive me. I've been such a fool. I disobeyed, I lied, and I almost turned into a donkey. All you wanted was to give me education and love, and all I did was cause trouble." To his surprise, Geppetto hugged him tightly, not caring about the water dripping off his son's soaked wood. "The important thing is that you're here now and that you've learned from your mistakes." At that moment, a familiar blue glow began to envelop Pinocchio. The blue fairy materialized before them, her gentle smile lighting up the damp forest. "Pinocchio," her melodious voice echoed, "you have finally understood the value of truth, courage, and family love. By risking your own life to save your father, you have proved yourself worthy of the gift you so desperately wanted." With a flick of his wand, blue sparks danced around the wooden puppet. Pinocchio felt a strange warmth spreading throughout his body, starting with his heart. His wood began to transform, becoming soft skin and real hair. His painted eyes came to life, and his nose, the nose that had so often given him away, became an ordinary boy's nose. Geppetto watched in amazement as his wooden son transformed into a real boy before his eyes. The talking cricket jumped for joy, and the forest animals celebrated with trills and whistles. I'm real, exclaimed Pinocchio, touching his face and arms in amazement. You've always been real in your heart, said the blue fairy. Now your exterior only reflects the truth that was inside you. The journey home was full of joy. Geppetto wouldn't let go of his son's hand, now warm and alive, and the talking cricket followed them proud of his role in Pinocchio's journey of transformation. When they arrived in Collodi, they found the town exactly as they had left it, but everything looked different to the new Pinocchio. The school, which had once seemed like a prison, now represented an opportunity for growth. The temptations of the street, which once led him astray, now seemed small in the face of the joy of being true and honest. In Geppetto's workshop, while his father prepared hot soup for them to recover from their adventure in the stream, Pinocchio looked out of the window at the starry sky. The same sky that had witnessed his antics was now watching a boy transformed not only in appearance, but in spirit. Cricket. Pinocchio called softly, "Will you continue to be my conscience?" Talking Cricket, who was settled in his favorite spot on the tool shelf, smiled. "I'll always be here to help. But now you have your own strong and true conscience. Use it wisely." And so, the puppet who dreamed of being a real boy finally got his wish, not through simple magic, but through lessons, learned truths, accepted and unconditional love. The story of Pinocchio would become a Collodi legend, told through generations as a reminder that honesty, courage, and family love are the true ingredients of the magic that turns dreams into reality.
The full moon hung over the Judean desert like a watchful eye as Sarah looked out from the window of her small apartment in Tel Aviv. At the age of 28, she had dedicated her academic life to the study of the ancient Hebrew scriptures, specializing in texts considered heretical by orthodoxy. Her current object of research was precisely the one that many feared to mention: Lilith, the first woman. Sarah's office was filled with ancient scrolls and books, some so fragile that they threatened to fall apart at the touch. On the wall, an ancient tapestry depicted a red-haired woman flying against a night sky, her black wings outstretched in a gesture of liberation. It was one of the few ancient representations of Lilith that Sarah had managed to find in her research. That evening, while organizing her notes for the next day's presentation at Tel Aviv University, Sarah found a peculiar document among her research. It was a fragment of parchment she had acquired from an antique dealer in Jerusalem, containing inscriptions in ancient Aramaic that she had never been able to fully decipher. Professor David Cohen, his advisor and only ally in college, had warned him about the risks of his research. "There are stories that some people prefer to keep buried," he always said, his brown eyes carrying the weight of decades of studying sacred texts. But Sarah couldn't ignore the truth she felt pulsating in those ancient narratives. As she worked on translating the fragment, an inexplicable breeze stirred the pages of her books despite the closed windows. The air in the office suddenly became thick with a sweet, wild scent reminiscent of desert flowers. Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine when she noticed that the shadows on the walls seemed to move independently. In her apartment on the 10th floor, the sounds of the modern city seemed distant, as if she had been transported to another time. The city lights began to flicker, creating a rhythmic pattern that seemed to accompany the beats of her racing heart. It was then that she realized that the words on the parchment were beginning to make sense. "In the beginning, we were the same," the text read. From the same clay we came, from the same essence we were molded. But when I demanded my freedom, I was branded a rebel. Now I carry the wings of the night and the mark of the moon. Sarah felt her hands tremble as she continued the translation. Lilith's story had always been told by the victors, by those who wished to keep women submissive and fearful. But there, in that ancient fragment, was Lilith's own version. Her voice, echoing down the millennia. The next day, her presentation would cause a stir in the academic community. She knew it. Her work challenged not only traditional interpretations of sacred texts, but an entire power structure built on the silencing of women's voices throughout history. As she prepared for bed, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The shadows in her room seemed deeper, more alive. In her restless dreams, she saw a woman with flaming hair flying free under the night sky, her laughter echoing like a song of liberation. The next morning, Sarah woke up with a mark on her wrist, 3 small crescent-shaped dots, as if they had been imprinted by the moonlight itself. She knew, in some inexplicable way, that the mark was not a coincidence. It was a sign, a connection to the one who dared to defy the divine patriarchy. On her way to university, Sarah noticed that other women looked at her differently. Some seemed to recognize something in her, as if they shared an ancient and powerful secret. On the subway, an elderly woman held her marked wrist and whispered in Yiddish, "She chose you." Professor Cohen was waiting for her at the entrance to the religious studies department, his face marked with concern. "Are you sure you want to go through with this, Sarah? Some doors once opened can't be closed." But Sarah had never been so sure of anything in her life. The conference room was packed. Academics, students, and even some Orthodox rabbis had come to see her presentation. When Sarah began to talk about her findings, about the true story of Lilith, the lights began to flicker again. "The story we know is only half the truth," she began, her voice steady despite her nervousness. Lilith wasn't just the first woman. She was the first to demand equality, the first to question an order that sought to subjugate her. As Sarah spoke, a strange energy filled the room. Some women in the audience began to touch their own wrists, as if looking for similar marks. The wind blew outside, making the windows rattle, and the scent of desert flowers invaded her senses. Again. It was at this moment that Sarah realized that her research wasn't just an academic paper. It was the start of something bigger, an awakening that had been waiting millennia to happen.
The story of Lilith wasn't just about a woman who defied God. It was about all the women who dared to question, who refused to bow down. As she concluded her presentation, Sarah knew she had crossed a line from which there was no turning back. The academic world might reject her findings, but the truth she had unearthed could no longer be ignored. The mark on her wrist burned gently, reminding her that she was now part of a narrative far older and more powerful than she had ever imagined. The consequences of Sarah's presentation were immediate. While the more conservative academics left the auditorium with expressions of disapproval, a group of women remained, their eyes fixed on her with a mixture of fascination and recognition. Professor Cohen approached, his brow furrowed with concern. "You've just defied millennia of traditional interpretation," he whispered, helping her gather up her notes. "And that manuscript, I need to examine it in more detail." But when Sarah looked for the parchment in her briefcase, it had disappeared. Where it should have been, she found only 3 dried petals of a desert flower she had never seen before. The scent emanating from them was the same she had smelled in her apartment the night before. Back in her room, at the university, Sarah found a young student waiting for her. Rebecca, a doctoral student in feminist studies. was teary-eyed and holding her own wrist. "I've got the mark too," she said, showing 3 small crescent dots identical to Sarah's. Over the next few hours, more women began to appear in her office. Each of them bore the same mark, and they all reported vivid dreams of a woman with flaming hair. Sarah began to document each case, noticing an emerging pattern that went beyond coincidence. At home that night, Sarah delved even deeper into her research. She discovered ancient references to a group called the Daughters of the Night, women who, throughout the centuries, had kept the true story of Lilith alive. Her hands trembled as she read about secret rituals held under the full moon, where the marked women gathered to celebrate their connection with the first rebel. The phone rang, startling her. It was a familiar voice. Hannah, her maternal grandmother, who lived on a kibbutz in northern Israel. "Bubale," she said in an urgent tone, "we need to talk. There's something I should have told you a long time ago." Sarah took the first bus north in the morning. During the journey, she noticed other women on the bus, unconsciously touching her wrists, some exchanging meaningful glances with her. The story was spreading, not through words, but through a deeper, older connection. Hannah was waiting for her at the kibbutz gate, her blue eyes shining with an intensity that Sarah had never noticed before. Without saying a word, she led her to a small shed at the back of her house. There, under loose floorboards, was a wooden box carved with symbols that Sarah recognized from her research. "Your great-grandmother gave me this," Hannah explained, opening the box with trembling hands. Inside was an old diary and a necklace with a crescent-shaped pendant. "We are guardians, Sarah. For generations, the women in our family have protected the truth about Lilith." The diary was written in a mixture of Yiddish and ancient Hebrew, with pages and pages of stories about women who had been marked over the centuries. Some were healers, others scholars, artists, or rebels, all united by their connection to Lilith and their refusal to submit. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Sarah asked, flipping through the yellowed pages with reverence. "Each guardian must discover her own path," Hannah replied, placing the necklace around her granddaughter's neck. "Awakening cannot be forced. And now, more than ever, we need to be prepared. The ancient prophecies speak of a time when the marked ones would come together again." Back in Tel Aviv, Sarah found her apartment ransacked. Someone had been looking for something. The manuscript, she suspected. On the wall, written in a language she recognized as ancient Aramaic, was a message. "The silence is ending." Professor Cohen called that evening, his voice tense. "Sarah, you need to be careful. There are powerful people interested in your findings, people who prefer certain truths to remain hidden." But it was too late to turn back. The mark on her wrist pulsed like a second heartbeat, and the dreams about Lilith became more and more vivid. In her night visions, she saw crowds of women gathered under the moonlight, their voices rising in an ancient chant that made the earth tremble. Rebecca organized a secret meeting with other marked women. They gathered in an old, abandoned building on the outskirts of town. There were dozens of them now, of all ages and backgrounds, each bringing their own story of awakening. As they shared their experiences, Sarah realized that she was witnessing the beginning of something that transcended her academic research. It's no coincidence, that we're meeting now," said an elderly woman in the group, her voice carrying the weight of wisdom. "The ancient texts speak of a time of revelation when the daughters of Lilith would rise again." That night, as the moon rose in the Tel Aviv sky, Sarah sat in her rearranged office, her great-grandmother's diary open in front of her. The words seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Power is not in submission, but in the truth that has been denied us. We are all daughters of the first woman who said no. The wind blew through the open window, bringing with it the scent of desert flowers and a whisper that seemed to echo through the ages. The awakening has begun. The meetings of the marked women began to grow exponentially. Sarah and Rebecca transformed an old abandoned warehouse into their meeting place, where dozens of women gathered to share their experiences and study the ancient texts. Sarah's great-grandmother's diary became a precious source of knowledge, revealing long-forgotten rituals and practices. Professor Cohen, although preoccupied, remained a valuable ally. He helped Sarah translate more obscure texts and protect her research from the more conservative eyes of the university. There is a historical pattern of repression of movements like this, he warned during an afternoon of study. We need to be cautious. One evening, while Sarah was working late in her office at the university, an unexpected presence surprised her. A tall woman with gray hair and piercing eyes introduced herself as Dr. Elizabeth Stern, an archaeologist from Cambridge University. "I've come about the markings," she said bluntly, showing her own wrist with the 3 crescent points. Elizabeth revealed that there were similar discoveries taking place in different parts of the world. In London, Cairo, Istanbul, and other ancient cities, women were awakening to their connection with Lilith. "It's not just a local phenomenon," Elizabeth explained. "It's a global awakening." Sarah began to receive emails and messages from women on every continent. Each of them reported the same imprint, the same dreams, the same feeling of awakening to a long-buried truth. The movement was growing faster than anyone could have predicted. Hannah called again, her voice urgent. "The opponents are organizing, boubele." They always knew this day would come. In the diary, look for the prophecy of the 3rd seal. Sarah spent the night poring over her great-grandmother's diary, discovering references to an ancient group known as the Guardians of Silence, dedicated to keeping the truths about Lilith hidden. One particularly tense morning, Sarah found her university office completely overturned. Her files had been rummaged through, and on the wall was written, in ancient Hebrew, "Some truths must remain in the shadows." Professor Cohen helped her rearrange the space, his face grave. "They're getting bolder," he muttered. Rebecca organized a system of protection between the markers. Groups of women took turns ensuring each other's safety. The warehouse was fortified and secret. Codes were established for communication. Modern technology was mixed with ancient practices, creating a network of protection and resistance. During one of the evening meetings, a young artist called Maya shared a vision she had had. In her dreams, she saw a place in the desert where ancient inscriptions revealed the full story of Lilith. The coordinates were clear in her mind, pointing to a remote location in the Judean desert. Sarah, Rebecca, and a small group of marked women decided to organize an expedition to the site. Elizabeth, with her experience in archaeology, offered guidance and resources. If there are ancient inscriptions there, she said, they could be the key to understanding the whole purpose of this awakening. As they prepared the expedition, strange events began to multiply. Several women reported being followed by shadowy figures. The warehouse's security system recorded break-in attempts, and most disturbingly, ancient scriptures began to disappear from libraries and archives around the world. Hannah sent an urgent package containing ancient amulets that she believed would offer protection during the journey into the desert. These symbols have power, she explained over the phone. They have been passed down through generations of women who have kept Lilith's secrets. The night before, leaving for the desert, Sarah had her most vivid dream yet. She saw Lilith clearly, not as the demonized figure of legend, but as a woman of extraordinary power and wisdom. The time of awakening is near, Lilith spoke in her vision. But with it will come the greatest resistance you have ever faced. Professor Cohen met Sarah before his departure, handing her an ancient talisman. It belonged to my grandmother, he explained. She was also one of the marked, although I only discovered this after her death. There are more allies in this fight than you might think. The expedition set off at dawn, a small convoy of vehicles heading into the heart of the desert. Sarah could feel the weight of history on her shoulders, the responsibility of uncovering a truth that could change the understanding not only of Lilith, but of the entire narrative of female power throughout the ages. On the horizon, the sun was rising over the golden dunes, and the scent of desert flowers filled the air. The mark on her wrist pulsed with renewed intensity, as if answering the call of something ancient buried in the ancient sands. Sarah knew they were about to discover something that would change everything, if they could get there in time. The train moved through the desert as the sun climbed over the horizon. Sarah, sitting next to Rebecca in the lead jeep, constantly consulted the coordinates provided by Maya. Elizabeth, in the back seat, studied old maps and made notes in her field notebook. The heat intensified as they drove deeper into the Judean desert. The marks on their wrists seemed to pulse in unison, as if responding to an invisible force that was drawing them towards their destination. The scent of desert flowers became more intense, even where there was no visible vegetation. "Something's different," murmured Rebecca, adjusting her sunglasses. "The air seems denser." Sarah silently agreed. The atmosphere had changed subtly, as if they were crossing an invisible veil between two worlds. Through the rearview mirror, Sarah noticed a dark vehicle appearing on the horizon. Elizabeth noticed it too. "We're being followed," she warned, her voice tense. Rebecca accelerated the jeep, and the rest of the convoy kept pace. Maya, who was traveling in the second vehicle, made contact on the radio. "The visions are getting stronger," she reported, her voice laced with static. "I can see a crescent-shaped rock formation. We must be getting close." The vehicle following them began to approach rapidly. Sarah could make out 3 male figures wearing dark suits, a sight completely out of place in the desert environment. "The guardians of silence," whispered Elizabeth, instinctively clasping the amulet around her neck. Suddenly, a sandstorm came out of nowhere, enveloping the vehicles in a golden curtain. The radio crackled with interference, and for a moment Sarah could have sworn she heard a female giggle echoing through the static. The vehicle chasing them disappeared into the storm. When the dust cleared, they found themselves in a valley surrounded by ancient rock formations. Maya was right. A huge, crescent-shaped structure dominated the landscape. The rock walls were covered in inscriptions that shone in the midday sun. "This is it," Maya announced, climbing down from her vehicle, her eyes wide with wonder. Sarah approached the inscriptions, her heart beating fast. The symbols were a mixture of cuneiform writing and something older, more primordial. Elizabeth immediately began photographing and documenting the inscriptions. While other women set up a security perimeter, Sarah took her great-grandmother's diary out of her backpack, comparing some of the symbols. "This is incredible," she muttered. "They're the same inscriptions mentioned in the diary." Rebecca discovered a narrow entrance between the rocks. The air coming out of the opening was surprisingly fresh and charged with that same scent of desert flowers. The marks on her wrists pulsed more intensely now, almost glowing in the sunlight. "We need to get inside," decided Sarah, lighting a flashlight. Elizabeth agreed, preparing her documentation equipment. A small group, including Rebecca and Maya, followed them into the cave. The interior was surprisingly elaborate, with corridors that seemed to have been carved by ancient hands. The walls were covered in paintings and inscriptions that told a story, the true story of Lilith, preserved through the millennia. "Look at this," Elizabeth called out, illuminating a particularly well-preserved panel. "This is the complete version of the story, not just Lilith's rebellion, but what happened afterwards, the formation of the first societies of marked women, the rituals, the preserved knowledge." Sarah began to translate the inscriptions, her voice trembling with emotion. "It wasn't just a rebellion against submission," she read. "It was the beginning of a pact. Lilith promised that she would return when her daughters were ready to reclaim their power." A sudden wind blew through the corridors, blowing out some of the lanterns. The scent of flowers intensified, and the marks on her wrists began to glow with a light of their own, illuminating the walls of the cave. Maya let out an exclamation of surprise, pointing to a side chamber they hadn't noticed before. In the center of the circular space, there was an ancient altar with a carved symbol, 3 intertwined crescents, identical to the marks on her wrists. "The third seal," Sarah whispered, remembering her grandmother's words. She approached the altar, feeling an ancient and powerful energy emanating from the stone. The other women formed a circle around her, their marks glowing in unison. A distant sound of footsteps echoed through the corridors. The guardians had found the place. "Quickly," Elizabeth urged. "We need to document everything before they arrive." Sarah placed her hands on the altar, and the inscriptions on the walls began to glow with a light of their own. Ancient images and knowledge flowed through her. Forgotten rituals, words of power, secrets kept by generations of marked women. "It's a code," Rebecca realized, frantically photographing the illuminated walls. "Each mark is a key. Each marked woman carries a piece of knowledge. Together, we form the complete puzzle." Footsteps approached. Elizabeth quickly organized the retreat, ensuring that all the evidence was documented. But Sarah remained a moment longer, her hands still on the altar. An ancient voice echoed in her mind. The awakening is almost complete. Prepare for the last test. When the group emerged from the cave, the sun was setting, painting the desert in shades of red and gold. The guardians of silence were waiting for them, but they were not alone. Dozens of other marked women had arrived, forming a protective circle around the cave entrance. Sarah looked to the horizon, where more vehicles were approaching, bringing more marked women. Ancient knowledge pulsed through her veins, and she knew she was only witnessing the beginning of something much bigger. The real battle was about to begin. The tension was palpable as the two groups faced each other in the desert twilight. Sarah, still holding the newly acquired knowledge from the cave, felt the ancient power flowing through her. The marked women formed a protective semicircle, their marks glowing in unison under the darkening skies. The guardians of silence, led by a gray-haired man whom Sarah recognized as a member of the University Council, advanced a few steps. You don't understand the forces you're playing with, he warned, his voice laden with authority. Elizabeth stepped forward, her years of academic experience evident in her posture. On the contrary, she replied, for the first time in millennia, we understand perfectly. The desert wind picked up, bringing with it the increasingly intense scent of night flowers. Rebecca quickly organized the transfer of documents and photographs to safe places, while Maya led a low chant that other women began to accompany. It was an ancient melody, words in a language that Sarah recognized from the texts she had studied. The leader of the Guardians made a gesture, and his men pulled out objects that looked like ancient amulets. These symbols have protected us for generations, he declared. They were created to contain the power that you recklessly seek to unleash. Sarah felt a familiar presence. Her grandmother Hannah emerged from the crowd of scarred women, wearing the ancient necklace she had passed down to her granddaughter. These amulets were stolen from us, she revealed, her voice carrying the weight of the story. Just as they tried to steal our true history, the sky above them began to transform. Clouds formed in impossible patterns, and the moon, although not yet visible, was already casting an unearthly light over the desert. The inscriptions on the cave began to glow with renewed intensity. The third seal has been broken, Sarah announced, finally understanding the full meaning of the prophecy. Knowledge can no longer be contained. The marks on her wrists now burned, not with pain, but with a power that seemed to connect all the women present. The guardians tried to advance, but found they couldn't move. The women's chanting had created an invisible barrier, a physical manifestation of the power they had been denied for so long. Their leader stared in amazement at his amulets, which were beginning to disintegrate in his hands. For thousands of years, Sarah began to speak, her voice carrying an authority that was not entirely her own. You have distorted our history. You've turned our quest for equality into a cautionary tale. You turned Lilith into a demon when she was our first teacher of freedom. Professor Cohen appeared unexpectedly, positioning himself between the two groups. There is a choice to be made here, he declared. Do we keep burying the truth, or do we finally allow it to come to light? The air was charged with energy as the first ray of moonlight touched the desert sands. In response, the women's marks began to emit a silvery light that connected with each other, forming a luminous web of shared power and knowledge. Maya let out a cry of surprise as ancient inscriptions began to appear in the air itself, floating like luminous text. "The lost records," whispered Elizabeth, recognizing symbols she had studied for decades. "They were never destroyed. They were waiting for the right moment to be revealed." The guardians, realizing that they had lost their power, began to retreat. Their leader, however, remained. "You don't understand, Sarah," he said, his voice now almost pleading. "There are truths that can destroy the very foundations of our society." "Perhaps," Sarah replied, "some foundations need to be destroyed so that we can build something better in their place." Ancestral knowledge flowed through her, revealing not only the past, but also possibilities for the opera's future. Hannah approached Sarah, taking her hands. Together, grandmother and granddaughter began to recite ancient words that came naturally to their lips. Other women joined in, their voices rising in a chorus that made the earth itself vibrate. The night sky opened up completely, revealing an extraordinarily bright moon. And then, for a moment that seemed eternal, all those present saw a majestic figure against the sky, a woman with flaming hair and powerful wings, her smile both wild and wise. "Lilith," Sarah whispered, realizing that the ancient prophecy was not about the return of a single figure, but about the awakening of the power they all shared. The luminous inscriptions began to merge with the women themselves, the ancient knowledge being absorbed not only into their minds, but into their very beings. Sarah understood that this was only the beginning. The real work was yet to come. "What happens now?" asked Rebecca, still holding her camera that had documented everything. Sarah looked at the horizon, where the lights of other marked women kept coming into the desert. "Now," she replied, "we begin to retell our story, not as a warning, but as a promise of liberation." Dawn found the desert transformed. The guardians had left, their amulets reduced to dust. The marked women remained, sharing stories and knowledge that had lain dormant for millennia. Sarah knew that her academic journey had turned into something much bigger. The awakening wasn't just about recovering a lost history. It was about creating a future where power didn't have to mean domination, where female strength could finally be expressed to the full. As the sun rose over the ancient desert, the marked women began their journey back to the modern world, carrying with them a truth that could no longer be silenced. The scent of desert flowers lingered in the air, a constant reminder that some stories, once awakened, would never sleep again. In a distant kingdom where magic still danced freely among the ancient trees and wishes had the power to change destinies, lived a couple in a small house on the edge of the forest. Anna and Thomas, married for 10 years, shared a dream that seemed more and more distant to have a child. Every night, Anna watched the stars through the window of their modest kitchen, whispering silent prayers to the heavens, while Thomas worked tirelessly in their small garden, hoping that one day they would be able to share their fresh vegetables with a child of their own. The couple's house stood next to a high wall of old stones covered in ivy and moss. On the other side stood the legendary garden of the witch Gothel, a mysterious woman who was rarely seen by the villagers. Stories about her power and cruelty circulated like the wind through the narrow streets, but few could confirm their veracity, as those who dared to approach her lands were never seen again. One spring morning, when the first rays of sunlight were still struggling to break through the mist, Anna discovered that she was pregnant. The news spread through the village like pollen on the wind, bringing joy and celebration. Thomas, ecstatic, immediately began preparing the small room next to theirs, imagining the day they would rock their baby to sleep. It was during the second month of pregnancy that the cravings began. These were no ordinary pregnant cravings. Anna developed an overwhelming obsession with the radishes that grew in Gothel's garden. She could see them from her window, their lush, green leaves swaying seductively in the breeze, their fat, juicy roots occasionally visible when the strongest wind stirred up the loose earth. "They're the most beautiful I've ever seen," whispered Anna, her hands pressed against the glass of the window, eyes fixed on the forbidden garden. "Thomas, I feel like I'm going to go mad if I don't taste them." Thomas tried to grow his own radishes, but nothing he planted seemed to satisfy Anna's desire. She wasted away day after day, barely touching her food, her eyes always on Gothel's garden. After weeks of watching his wife waste away, Thomas made a decision that would change their lives forever. One moonless night, when the shadows were thickest and the silence deepest, Thomas climbed over the wall. His heart was pounding so loudly that he feared Gothel could hear him from across the garden. With trembling fingers, he plucked a few radishes and ran back to the house. Anna devoured the vegetables as if they were the most precious delicacy of the gods, and for the first time in weeks, she slept with a smile on her face. Encouraged by his wife's success and happiness, Thomas repeated the feat the next night, and the next, and the next. It was on the fourth night that everything changed. Jumping over the wall, Thomas found Gothel waiting for him in the garden. The rescued witch was tall and imposing, her night-black hair contrasting with her moon-pale skin. Her eyes, green and penetrating, seemed to shine with a light of their own in the darkness. So, his voice was smooth as silk but sharp as a blade. "It is you who have been stealing my precious radishes." Thomas fell to his knees trembling. "Please forgive me. My wife is pregnant and has developed an uncontrollable craving for your radishes. She can't eat anything else she's wasting away." A sinister smile appeared on Gothel's lips. "Ah, a life growing up. What an interesting coincidence. I've wanted a child of my own for so long." His eyes flashed with a terrible idea. "Let's make a deal then. Your wife can have all the radishes she wants, but in return, when the child is born, it will be mine." The horror of the proposal struck Thomas like a thunderbolt, but before he could protest, Gothel continued, "It's either that, or I'll report your thievery to the kingdom. You will be executed, and the child will die before it is even born. The choice is yours." With a heavy heart and tears in his eyes, Thomas accepted the deal. He returned home carrying not only the radishes, but also the weight of his decision. In the months that followed, Anna received baskets and baskets of fresh radishes, never suspecting the terrible price they would pay for them. When the baby was born, it was a girl with hair as golden as the sun and eyes as green as emeralds. Anna barely had time to nurse her daughter for the first time before Gothel showed up to collect his debt. The witch named the child Rapunzel and disappeared with her into the night, leaving behind only the echo of the disconsolate sobs of a mother who had just lost her only child. Years passed, and Rapunzel grew up under Gothel's care in a house hidden in the forest. The witch, fearing that someone might try to steal the girl, planned to keep her close at all times. When Rapunzel turned 12, Gothel revealed her final plan: a stone tower that stood alone in the middle of the densest forest, with no doors or stairs, just a single window at the top. It was there that Rapunzel lived, her tears watering the stone floor, while her golden hair grew in an extraordinary way, becoming her only connection to the outside world. Every day, Gothel would visit the tower, bringing food and company, climbing Rapunzel's long hair, as if it were a golden rope, while humming, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, toss your braids." But the years unfolded slowly in the lonely tower where Rapunzel grew up in isolation, her days marked only by regular visits from Gothel. The witch, who insisted on being called Mama, dedicated herself to educating the young girl in the arts. She considered appropriate music, poetry, embroidery, and curiously the preparation of ointments with medicinal herbs. Rapunzel's hair, golden like rays of sunshine, continued to grow in an extraordinary way, reaching over 20 meters in length. Every morning, she spent hours combing it, watching it shine in the sunlight that came through the only window in her prison. During these solitary hours, she sang to herself, her crystalline voice echoing through the forest, attracting birds that became her only friends, apart from Gothel. In her moments of solitude, Rapunzel developed an insatiable curiosity for the world beyond her window. She took advantage of every visit from Gothel to ask questions about life outside, about the people she occasionally saw passing in the distance, about the mysterious lights that floated in the sky on her birthday. The witch, however, always responded with warnings about the dangers of the outside world. "The world is full of cruel people, my flower," Gothel would say, stroking Rapunzel's golden hair. "Here you are safe. Here no one can hurt you or steal your special gift." Rapunzel never fully understood what gift Gothel was referring to, but she did notice something different about her hair. When she sang an ancient melody that the witch had taught her, they gave off a soft golden glow, and Gothel looked younger and more vigorous after brushing them. It was a mystery that the young girl kept in her heart, along with her dreams of freedom. To fill her days, Rapunzel developed various talents. As well as singing, she learned to paint, using paints that Gothel brought her. The walls of her tower became a living canvas filled with images of the world she imagined existed beyond her window: verdant forests, crystal clear lakes, bustling cities, and above all, the mysterious floating lights that appeared once a year. One afternoon, while painting another of her visions of the outside world, Rapunzel noticed something different in the forest below. A group of travelers passed near the tower, their laughter and chatter reaching her like music. Hiding behind the curtain, she watched, fascinated, as they interacted with each other, their faces lighting up with genuine smiles, something so different from Gothel's calculated smiles. What would it be like, she thought, to be part of that world? At night, lying in her bed, Rapunzel began to question her situation more intensely. Why did she need to be locked up? Why was Gothel the only person who could visit her? And why did her hair always have to stay so long? Her doubts grew like vines in her heart, but the fear cultivated by years of Gothel's warnings prevented her from taking action. The witch had painted such a terrifying picture of the outside world that Rapunzel felt torn between her desire for freedom and the terror of the unknown. In her 17 years, Rapunzel developed a routine to keep her sane. She woke up at sunrise, fed her little chameleon Pascal, an unexpected gift she had found in her window one day, and managed to hide from Gothel and began her daily chores. She cleaned the tower, combed her long hair, prepared her own breakfast with the supplies Gothel had brought, and devoted herself to her various artistic activities. Between one activity and another, she dreamed. He dreamt of the feel of the grass under his bare feet, of the coolness of a stream, on his skin of the wind blowing freely across his face. But most of all, she dreamed of discovering the meaning of the floating lights that appeared in the sky every year on her birthday. Gothel insisted that they were just stars, but Rapunzel knew that wasn't true. She had studied the stars for years, knew their positions, their movements. The lights were different. They appeared only once a year. They moved differently, and they seemed to call to her as if they were keeping a secret about her very existence. As her 18th birthday approached, Rapunzel began to feel a growing restlessness. Something inside her told her that it was time for a change, that she couldn't spend the rest of her life watching the world through a window. But how could she convince Gothel to let her leave even for a day? The answer to her prayers would come in an unexpected way, brought by a visitor who would change her destiny forever. But for now, Rapunzel continued with her daily routine, singing to the birds, painting her dreams on the walls, and waiting for the moment when her real life would begin. Pascal, her little green confidant, watched the changes in his friend's behavior with attentive eyes. The chameleon seemed to understand that something important was about to happen, something that would transform not only Rapunzel's life, but the entire kingdom that she didn't even know existed. The morning began like so many others in the lonely tower. Rapunzel woke up to the first rays of sunlight and began her daily routine, humming softly as Pascal watched her from the windowsill. However, something in the air seemed different, as if fate itself was about to knock on her door, or rather, her window. The sound of horses' hooves echoed through the forest, something unusual in such an isolated region. Rapunzel, curious, cautiously approached the window, hiding behind the curtain. A young man on a magnificent white horse was galloping through the trees, apparently running away from something. His movements were agile and precise, but his expression showed concern. The rider, who Rapunzel would later discover was called Flynn Rider, seemed to be looking for a hiding place. His pursuers, royal guards on dark horses, were fast approaching. In a moment of desperation, Flynn spotted the lone tower, and without hesitation began to climb it, using the old stones for support. Rapunzel, who had never interacted with anyone other than Gothel, panicked. Her first instinct was to hide, but something inside her, perhaps the same restlessness she had been feeling, made her stay put. When Flynn finally reached the window, he was greeted by a sharp blow from the frying pan that knocked him unconscious. "Pascal, what have I done?" whispered Rapunzel, looking alternately at her chameleon friend and the fainted stranger on the floor. The little reptile turned an alarmed shade of red indicating his concern. Her heart racing, Rapunzel examined the unconscious visitor. She had never seen a man so closely before, and something about him intrigued her. He didn't look at all like the terrible monsters that Gothel described in his stories about the outside world. On the contrary, he had harmonious features and was dressed elegantly, although his clothes were a little dirty from the run. As she watched him, she noticed something shiny falling out of his bag, a delicate crown set with jewels that sparkled in the sunlight. Rapunzel picked it up, marveling at its beauty, and as she placed it on her own head, she felt a strange familiarity that she couldn't explain. The sound of distant voices brought her back to reality. The guards were still searching the vicinity of the tower. Acting quickly, Rapunzel hid Flynn's unconscious body in her closet after tying it up tightly with her own hair, a precaution that seemed sensible at the time. Rapunzel, let me up my flower. Gothel's voice echoed from outside, making the young woman's heart leap. With frantic movements, she hid the crown in a ceramic vase and ran to the window. During Gothel's visit, Rapunzel could barely concentrate. Her mind was torn between the man hiding in her closet and the possibilities his presence represented. When she finally managed to get rid of Gothel, who left for a 3-day trip in search of rare herbs, Rapunzel turned her attention to her prisoner. Flynn woke up confused and frightened, especially when he realized that he was bound by impossibly long golden hair. His expression of astonishment on seeing Rapunzel for the first time was something she would never forget, a mixture of admiration and incredulity. "Where's the crown?" were his first words, revealing more about his character than he had intended. "It's hidden, where you'll never find it," Rapunzel replied with more confidence than she really felt. Then, mustering all her courage, she made a proposal that would change their lives forever. "I want to make a deal with you, Flynn Rider." The thief raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "How do you know my name?" "I heard the guards shouting. Listen, I want you to take me to see the floating lights that appear in the sky on my birthday. In return, I'll give you back your crown." Flynn tried to argue, to explain that they were the lanterns of the royal festival, not mysterious lights. But Rapunzel was determined. After much negotiation, threats with the frying pan, and a few demonstrations of the magical power of her hair, which she accidentally revealed by healing a cut on Flynn's hand, they reached an agreement. The prospect of finally realizing her dream made Rapunzel's heart beat faster. As she prepared a small bag with the essentials for the journey, she chatted excitedly with Pascal about her first adventure. "Just imagine, Pascal, I'm finally going to find out what those lights are. And who knows?" She hesitated, looking at her reflection in the mirror, the memory of the crown on her head still vivid in her mind. "Maybe I'll find out more about myself." Flynn watched her animation with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. There was something special about that girl, with the magical hair, something that went beyond her beauty or her extraordinary powers. She had an innocence and enthusiasm for life that he had long since lost in his adventures as a thief. The moment Rapunzel finally put her bare feet on the grass for the first time, the world seemed to stop. The sensations were overwhelming. The smell of the damp earth, the soft texture under her feet, the breeze caressing her face. She alternated between giggles of pure joy and moments of deep regret, questioning her decision to leave the safety of her tower. Flynn, observing her reactions, began to feel something change inside him. The mission that had initially been just a means of recovering the stolen crown was beginning to turn into something more meaningful. There was something about the way Rapunzel saw the world with such new and amazed eyes that made him question his own life choices. As they walked away from the tower, neither of them realized they were being watched. Between the shadows of the trees, a pair of eyes followed their every move, and a plan began to form in the depths of a vengeful mind. Rapunzel's adventure was just beginning, and it would be far more dangerous than she could have imagined. The journey through the forest proved to be a life-changing experience for Rapunzel. Each new discovery provoked reactions of pure enchantment, from the sweet taste of wild fruit to the reflection of the sun in the crystal clear waters of a stream. Flynn, for his part, found himself increasingly fascinated by the way his traveling companion saw the world through such pure and amazed eyes. During a rest stop, sitting by a small lake, Rapunzel decided to share more about her life in the tower. You know, Flynn Gothel always told me that the outside world was dangerous and cruel, but so far I've only found beauty and kindness, she commented while absent-mindedly playing with a wildflower. Flynn felt a pang of guilt when he heard those words. After all, he was a thief, precisely the kind of person Gothel had warned Rapunzel about. Yet something was changing inside him. Every genuine smile from Rapunzel, every moment of shared discovery, caused his old values to begin to dissolve. "It's not all that simple, Rapunzel," he replied, choosing his words carefully. "The world has its real dangers, but it also has its magic. I think the key is to learn how to navigate between the two." As they talked, Pascal, the ever-attentive chameleon, noticed suspicious movements among the trees. The little reptile quickly changed to an alert orange hue, drawing Rapunzel's attention. Not far away, the royal guards were still searching for Flynn and the stolen crown. With agility acquired from years of escapes, Flynn guided Rapunzel along an alternative path, their hands naturally intertwined as they ran between the trees. Rapunzel's long golden hair, while making escape difficult, proved useful at various times, serving as a rope to cross ravines or as improvised camouflage. Afternoon was beginning to fall when they reached a small tavern on the edge of the forest, the Naughty Duckling. Flynn hesitated for a moment, knowing the reputation of the place well, but they didn't have many options for shelter. To his surprise, what began as a potentially dangerous situation turned into one of the most memorable experiences of the trip. The tavern goers, despite their rough appearance, were completely captivated by Rapunzel's sincerity and enthusiasm. Before long, muscular thugs were singing about their secret dreams of becoming pianists, dressmakers, and collectors of ceramic unicorns. The young woman discovered that appearances really could be deceiving, and that there was goodness in the most unlikely places. During the evening in the tavern, Flynn watched Rapunzel with a new eye. He saw how she could see the best in people, how her presence brightened up the gloomiest of surroundings. For the first time in a long time, he began to question his own life choices and the path he had taken so far. However, the momentary peace was interrupted by the unexpected arrival of the royal guards. The tavern's customers, now unlikely allies, helped the couple escape through a secret passage at the back of the establishment. As they ran through the dark tunnel, Rapunzel held Flynn's hand tightly, her heart beating fast, not just from the danger, but from the thrill of the adventure. "Flynn," she whispered, as they walked through the damp tunnel. "What's your real name?" The question took him by surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he answered softly, "Eugene. Eugene Fitzherbert." "Eugene." Rapunzel repeated the name fondly, and for the first time in years, he didn't feel ashamed of his true identity. As they emerged from the tunnel, they found themselves in a deep canyon with an ancient dam at the bottom. The sun was beginning to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. The beauty of the moment was interrupted by the sound of horses' hooves and altered voices. Guards had found another route. In a moment of tension, they found themselves trapped between the royal guards and a group of bandits who were also chasing Flynn for the stolen crown. It was at this critical moment that Rapunzel demonstrated all her ingenuity, using her magical hair in ways that even she herself didn't know were possible, as a rope, a whip, a safety net. During their frantic escape across the dam, something definitely changed between them. When Flynn chose to save Rapunzel, rather than retrieve the crown that had fallen, they both realized that their hearts had found something more valuable than any royal treasure. Drenched and exhausted, but alive, they found refuge in a small clearing near a stream. As they dried their clothes by a makeshift fire, a new intimacy grew between them. Rapunzel shared more about her life in the tower, her moments of solitude, and her dreams of freedom. Eugene, for his part, shared stories of his childhood in the orphanage and how he became Flynn Rider. What neither of them knew was that not far away, Gothel had discovered Rapunzel's escape. The witch, consumed by rage and the fear of losing her, source of eternal youth, was plotting a sinister plan to recover her precious flower. The shadows of the coming night held secrets that would soon change the fate of everyone involved in this story. As the stars began to dot the night sky, Eugene and Rapunzel sat by the fire, their hands occasionally touching their hearts, beating to a new rhythm. Pascal watched everything with his attentive eyes, changing to a rosy hue that reflected the romantic moment unfolding before him. Dawn brought with it the promise of the big day. Finally, Rapunzel would see the floating lights she had dreamed of. Eugene noticed how she could barely contain her excitement as they approached the city. Her green eyes shone with an intensity that rivaled the sun itself as she absorbed every new detail of the urban environment that unfolded before her. The city was celebrating its annual Lantern Festival in memory of the lost princess. Colorful banners decorated the cobbled streets, musicians played on every corner, and children danced to the sound of joyful melodies. Rapunzel, completely enchanted, dragged Eugene from stall to stall, trying sweets, admiring handicrafts, and taking part in folk dances. During a dance in the main square, Eugene couldn't take his eyes off her. Her golden hair now expertly braided with colorful flowers by a group of local girls shone in the sunlight. Her smile lit up the whole room, and her joy was contagious. It was at that moment that Eugene realized he was hopelessly in love. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the alleyways, Gothel watched her flower with a mixture of anger and determination. The witch had arrived in the city following the clues left by the pair and was now planning her next move. She noticed how Rapunzel looked at Eugene, recognizing the nascent love in his eyes, a love that threatened to destroy everything Gothel had built over the years. As the day progressed, Eugene surprised Rapunzel with a small boat. To get the best view of the lanterns, he explained, helping her aboard. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink as they rowed out into the middle of the lake that surrounded the castle. Eugene, Rapunzel whispered her fingers, playing nervously with a lock of hair. What if it's not everything I dreamed? What if it's exactly as I dreamed? What do I do then? He held her hands gently, his eyes meeting hers. Then you find a new dream, he replied with a gentle smile. The moment was interrupted by the first glow in the sky. The first lantern, released from the castle by the king and queen, rose alone in the night. Soon thousands of other lanterns began to float around the city, creating a spectacle of light that reflected off the calm waters of the lake. Rapunzel was amazed, her eyes reflecting the golden glow of the lanterns. Eugene had prepared 2 lanterns for them, and together they released them into the sky, watching them dance among the others. The moment was magical, intimate, perfect. It was then that Eugene made a decision that would change everything. He took the crown out of his bag and presented it to Rapunzel. I don't want it anymore, he said softly. I've found something more valuable. Before Rapunzel could reply, a strange light on the shore of the lake caught her eye. There were 2 lanterns, positioned in a way that she recognized immediately. It was a sign from Gothel, one she had known since she was a child. Fear gripped her heart. Eugene, I need to check something, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I promise I'll be back soon. Eugene agreed to wait for her, not suspecting that this moment would mark a dramatic turning point in their lives. Rapunzel found Gothel waiting in the shadows, but the conversation that followed was not at all what she had expected. He's only interested in the crown, my flower, Gothel declared with false concern. Watch. Rapunzel watched in horror as 2 men appeared on the boat where Eugene was. From his position, it looked as if he was handing over the crown, voluntarily leaving with them. In fact, Eugene was being attacked, but the distance and darkness masked the truth. Heartbroken, Rapunzel allowed Gothel to take her back to the tower, convinced that her dream of love had only been an illusion. What she didn't know was that Eugene, after escaping from the bandits, ran desperately back to the meeting point, only to find the place empty. In the tower, while packing her things, Rapunzel began to notice details in her paintings on the walls. The sun symbol of the kingdom was unconsciously repeated in her drawings. Memories began to surface, the sun mobile over her cradle, the kind faces of the king and queen, the familiar sensation of trying on the crown. The revelation struck her like a thunderbolt. She was the lost princess. At the moment of this discovery, Eugene was climbing the tower, having finally found his way back. But Gothel was prepared. When he entered through the window, he was greeted not by Rapunzel, but by a dagger that seriously wounded him. Eugene, Rapunzel shouted, running towards him. But Gothel held her firmly. Now do you see what the outside world brings? Only pain and suffering, Gothel declared coldly. But we can avoid that. Let me use your hair to heal you, and promise to stay with me forever. Eugene, gathering his last strength, approached Rapunzel. Don't let it happen, he whispered. With a quick, decisive movement, he cut the long, golden hair with a piece of broken glass. The hair turned brown, losing its magical power. Gothel aging rapidly without the magic that kept her young, staggered backwards in panic, tripping and falling through the tower window. Rapunzel held Eugene in her arms, tears falling down her face. One last tear, still containing a remnant of magic, fell on the wound, miraculously healing it. True love had proved to be the most powerful magic of all. Days later, Rapunzel returned to the castle as the lost princess reunited with her real parents. Amid celebrations and tears of joy, Eugene was forgiven for his past crimes, and together they began a new life, a life of love, adventure, and freedom. And so, the girl who dreamed of floating lights discovered that her true destiny was far greater than she had ever imagined. Not only did she find her place in the world, but she also brought light and joy to everyone around her, proving that sometimes the best dreams are the ones we didn't even know we had. The rising sun tinted the hills of Rome, golden as Tarquin the Sovereign gazed down on the city from the top of his palace. The seventh and last king of Rome had just completed his first year in power, following the controversial death of his predecessor Servius Tullius. The streets were already buzzing with the morning routine, but something in the air suggested that this would be no ordinary day. Lucius, his closest advisor and confidant, approached with hurried steps, his sandals echoing across the marble floor. "My king," he said, breathing heavily, "there is a woman at the gates. She's unlike anyone I've ever seen." Tarquin raised an eyebrow, more irritated than curious at the interruption. "How different, Lucius? Speak clearly." Her eyes, my lord, seem to contain the age of the world. She carries 9 volumes in her arms and insists on speaking only to you. The guards tried to stop her, but Lucius hesitated. Their weapons simply crumbled to dust when they touched her. The king adjusted his purple robe, a symbol of his power, and made a dismissive gesture. "Very well. Bring her to me. Let's see what kind of tricks this woman has to show us." When the visitor entered the royal hall, the air seemed to thicken. She was neither young nor old, neither beautiful nor ugly. Her appearance changed subtly with every glance, like flowing water that never keeps the same shape. In her arms were 9 books bound in ancient leather, each emanating an aura of its own. "I am the Sibyl of Cougars." Her voice resounded through the hall as if coming from multiple directions. "And I carry with me the fate of Rome." Tarquin, used to intimidating his subjects with his imposing presence, felt strangely diminished. Even so, he maintained the authoritarian pose that characterized him. "And why would a prophetess leave her cave to visit Rome?" "Because Rome will be eternal," replied the Sibyl, "and its destiny is intertwined with the destiny of the world. In these 9 books are written all the prophecies that will guide your city through the centuries." The king laughed, more out of nervousness than amusement. "And I suppose you want to sell them to me?" "Yes," she replied simply, stating a price that made the king's eyes widen. "That's more gold than we spent building the temple of Jupiter," protested Tarquin. "You must be mad." The Sibyl didn't reply. Instead, she walked over to the brazier, heating the hall, and without hesitation, threw 3 of the books into the flames. The fire took on impossible colors, and a scent of ancient wisdom filled the room. The price remains the same, she declared. Now for 6 books. Tarquin felt his throat go dry. Lucius, next to him, visibly paled. The king, however, stood firm in his refusal. It's still an absurd price. Again, without showing any emotion, the Sibyl threw 3 more volumes into the fire. The flames danced in hypnotic patterns, and whispers in forgotten languages echoed through the hall. Same price, she said, for the last 3 books. The hall plunged into a sepulchral silence. Tarquin looked at Lucius, who nodded discreetly. The advisor, known for his wisdom, seemed to understand the gravity of the moment. My king, whispered Lucius, think carefully. 6 volumes of prophecies have already been lost. If these last ones are also lost, Tarquin felt the weight of the decision on his shoulders. His ambition had led him to the throne of Rome, but now something greater was at stake. It wasn't just about power or wealth. It was about the fate of a city which, according to the mysterious woman in front of him, was destined for eternity. The books contain more than just predictions, the Sibyl continued, as if reading her thoughts. They are a guide to navigating the storms to come. Rome will face trials that will test its very existence. Without this wisdom, how will they know which way to go? The king realized that he was facing a historic crossroads. His actions at that moment would echo down the centuries, affecting not only his reign, but the fate of all Rome. Very well, he finally said, his voice carrying the weight of the decision. I will pay the price. An enigmatic smile appeared on the Sibyl's face as she handed over the remaining 3 volumes. You have chosen wisely, Tarquin. These books should be kept in the temple of Jupiter, consulted only in times of extreme need. Choose your guardians well, for the power contained in these pages can save as well as destroy. With these words, the Sibyl began to leave the hall. Her form seemed to dissolve into the shadows, like morning mist under the rising sun. Before disappearing completely, her last words echoed through the air. The fate of Rome is now in your hands. Use it wisely. Tarquin stood there, holding the 3 volumes, feeling their weight not only physically, but also mystically. Lucius approached cautiously, looking at the books with a mixture of fascination and awe. What shall we do now, my king? Now, replied Tarquin, his voice firm but laden with a new responsibility. Now we begin to build the future of Rome. The next morning, Tarquin ordered the construction of a special chamber in the Eos temple of Jupiter to house the Sibylline books. As he watched the workers begin the work, his mind was still filled with the images of the previous day. The mystery of the Sibyl and the destruction of the 6 books haunted his thoughts. We need to establish a select group of guardians, said Lucius, who stood beside him like a faithful shadow. Men of unquestionable character, versed in the ancient languages and rituals. Duum viri sacrorum, murmured Tarquin, the name appearing in his mind like a divine inspiration. 2 men chosen from the noblest patrician families who will dedicate their lives to protecting and interpreting the books. News of the Sibyl's visit had already spread throughout Rome, growing and changing with each new report. In the taverns and markets, people whispered about the mysterious woman who had appeared before the king, some saying that she had turned into a dove and flown away, others swearing that she had dissolved into a cloud of golden light. While the city buzzed with rumors, Tarquin faced an even more crucial decision, the choice of the first Duumviri. After days of deliberation with his advisors, two names emerged: Marcus Attilius, a man known for his wisdom and devotion to the gods, and Gaius Veturius, a scholar respected for his knowledge of the ancient scriptures. On the day of the appointment ceremony, the temple of Jupiter was packed with dignitaries and priests. The air was heavy with incense and expectation. Marco and Gaius, dressed in white togas embroidered with gold thread, knelt before the altar. "You have been chosen," Tarquin proclaimed, his voice echoing off the marble columns, "to be the first guardians of the Sibylline books. This is not only an honor, but a sacred responsibility. Failure in your duty will be punishable by death." The two men took their solemn oaths, their voices firm despite the weight of the words. Soon after the ceremony, they were led into the newly built chamber where the three books were waiting, emanating an aura of ancient power. Marco was the first to touch one of the volumes, his hands trembling slightly as he opened the yellowed pages. The characters seemed to dance before his eyes, alternating between known and unknown languages. "It's extraordinary," he whispered. "The words, they change according to the reader's needs." Caio, examining another volume, nodded in agreement. "It's as if the gods themselves had written these pages. Each prophecy seems to have multiple layers of meaning." Over the next few days, the two men immersed themselves in studying the sacred texts, establishing rituals and protocols for their consultation. They determined that the books should only be opened in times of extreme need, when Rome faced dangers that threatened its very existence. Tarquin watched everything with a mixture of pride and apprehension. There were times when he wondered if he had made the right choice in accepting the Sibyl's price. But then he remembered the look in her eyes, that supernatural certainty that Rome was destined for greatness. One afternoon, while he was supervising the final work in the book chamber, Lucius approached with disturbing news. "My king, there are rumors that some senators are questioning the authenticity of the books. They say you've been duped by a charlatan." The king laughed, a humorless sound. "Let them talk, Lucius. When the first crisis comes, when we need the wisdom contained in these pages, they'll understand." As if to prove his words, that very night, a tremor shook Rome. It was no ordinary earthquake. There was something supernatural in its nature. The sky took on a sickly greenish hue, and reports of strange omens began to arrive from all parts of the city. Marco and Caio were hastily summoned. Under the light of torches, they opened the first volume of the Sibylline books. The pages seemed to pulsate with a life of their own as the two men deciphered the ancient prophecies. "It's a warning," declared Marco, his voice trembling slightly. "The gods are displeased. A ritual has been neglected, a temple desecrated." Gaius continued, reading, his fingers tracing the lines of the text. "Here, it speaks of a necessary sacrifice. A specific offering must be made to the god Vulcan to appease his wrath." Tarquin immediately ordered the rituals to be carried out according to the instructions in the books. For 3 days and nights, sacrifices were offered, prayers were chanted, and gradually the threatening signs began to diminish. The sky cleared, the tremors ceased, and a supernatural peace descended on Rome. This first test of the wisdom of the Sibylline books served to establish their authority definitively. The same senators who had doubted before now bowed in reverence before the sacred chamber. The position of the Dumviri was elevated to a new level of respect and influence. Mark and Gaius continued their meticulous work of study and preservation, aware that every word contained in the volumes could one day be the difference between the salvation and destruction of Rome. They established a system of controlled copies, ensuring that knowledge would not be lost even if something happened to the originals. Tarquin, for his part, began to see his own position in a new light. He wasn't just the king of Rome, he was the guardian of a divine legacy, the man who had granted the city access to the wisdom of the gods through the Sibylline books. At night, alone in his chambers, he often found himself thinking about the 6 lost books, wondering what precious knowledge had turned to ashes that fateful morning. But then he remembered the Sibyl's words, "The fate of Rome is now in your hands," and he knew that, somehow, the 3 books that remained were exactly what Rome needed. The years that followed brought a new era of prosperity for Rome. The wisdom of the Sibylline books, under the watchful eye of the Dumviri, proved invaluable at several critical moments. Mark and Gaius had established a rigorous routine of study and meditation, dedicating their lives to understanding the sacred texts. One particularly cold morning, while fog still covered the 7 hills of Rome, a messenger arrived, panting at the royal palace. A mysterious illness was spreading through the city's poorest neighborhoods, causing extremely high fevers and delirium in those affected. The doctors were perplexed, as no known treatment seemed to work. "We need to consult the books," declared Tarquin, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had already witnessed the power of the prophecies. Lucius, now with gray hairs at his temples, nodded in agreement. In the sacred chamber, Marco and Gaius were already poring over the volumes when the king arrived. The pages gave off a faint glow in the torchlight, and the air was heavy with the scent of burnt herbs that the guardians used in their protection rituals. "We've found something," said Marco, his finger tracing invisible lines in the air as he read. "The disease is not natural. It's a punishment from Apollo, sent because an ancient sacred grove was desecrated during the city's latest expansions." Gaius added, "The books speak of a purification ritual that must be carried out at sunrise. We'll need 9 Vestal virgins, water from the sacred spring, and laurel branches picked at midnight." The ritual was prepared with meticulous attention to detail. The Vestals, in their immaculate white robes, formed a perfect circle on the spot where the sacred grove had been destroyed. When the first rays of sunlight touched the city, their voices rose in an ancient chant, words in a language that few still understood. The cure wasn't immediate, but in the days that followed, the sick began to recover. The fever subsided, the delirium ceased, and a sense of spiritual renewal pervaded all of Rome. The success of the ritual only further solidified the importance of the Sibylline books and their keepers. However, it wasn't all victory. One night, During a particularly violent storm, lightning struck one of the towers of the Temple of Jupiter, very close to the Chamber of the Books. The ensuing fire threatened to destroy the sacred texts, and it was only thanks to the quick action of Marcus and Gaius that the volumes were saved. This incident led to an important decision. New guardians had to be trained to ensure the continuity of sacred knowledge. After careful consideration, 2 young patricians were chosen as apprentices, Lucius Petilius and Titus Mantius. Training the new guardians proved to be a complex task. It wasn't just a question of learning to read the texts. The young men needed to develop a special sensitivity to interpret the multiple layers of meaning contained in the prophecies. The books don't reveal their secrets easily, Marco explained to his apprentices. Sometimes a single word can have 3 or 4 different interpretations, and choosing the wrong one can have disastrous consequences. During this period of transition, Rome faced a series of small crises that tested both the veteran guardians and their apprentices. There were signs in the sky that had to be interpreted, omens in sacrifices that demanded special attention, and even a brief period of drought that was resolved through specific rituals described in the books. Tarquin observed all this with growing satisfaction. His decision to buy the books of the Sibyl, even at such a high price, had proved to be one of the most important acts of his reign. However, in his moments of solitude, he was still haunted by the memory of the 6 burned volumes. One evening, while walking through the palace gardens, the king found Lucius gazing at the stars. "Sometimes I wonder," said the advisor, "if the burned books contained warnings about events yet to come, dangers against which we cannot now prepare ourselves." Tarquin considered the words for a moment before replying, "The Sibyl didn't do it by chance, my friend. Perhaps the 3 books we have left are exactly what we need. No more, no less." The wisdom contained in the Sibylline books began to influence not only religious decisions, but also practical aspects of the city's administration. Consultation of the sacred texts preceded important military decisions, the construction of new temples, and even the choice of dates for public celebrations. Mark and Gaius, realizing the growing responsibility that weighed on their shoulders, devoted themselves even more arduously to training their successors. They knew that the future of Rome depended on preserving not only the physical books, but also the tradition of interpretation that was being built. "The books are like a deep river," Gaius would tell his apprentices. "The surface may appear calm, but in the depths run powerful currents that can both nourish and destroy. Our task is to learn to swim in these waters without drowning in their mysteries." As the years went by, the influence of the Sibylline books grew deeper and deeper in Roman life. The apprentices, Lucius Petilius and Titus Mullius, progressed in their studies, absorbing not only the technical knowledge of the prophecies, but also the spiritual sensitivity necessary for their interpretation. One afternoon, while they were studying a particularly enigmatic passage, a tremor unlike any other ever felt shook Rome. It wasn't like the previous tremor they had experienced. This one seemed to come from the very bowels of the earth, accompanied by a low, prolonged sound that made the citizens shudder with fear. In the center of the city, a fissure opened up in the ground, growing larger by the hour. Panic began to spread as reports came in that poisonous fumes were emerging from the opening, killing birds flying too close and causing the surrounding plants to wither. Marco and Gaius immediately gathered in the sacred chamber along with their apprentices. It was the first major crisis they would face together, a crucial test for the new generation of guardians. The pages of the books seemed more alive than ever, the letters pulsing with a supernatural urgency. Here, pointed out Tito Manlio, his finger trembling slightly over a page. The prophecy speaks of a portal to the underworld that will open when Rome is at its proudest. Lucius Petilius continued reading, and it says that only the city's most precious sacrifice will be able to seal the opening and prevent the forces of the underworld from contaminating the world of the living. The news quickly reached Tarquin, who called an emergency council. While they discussed the meaning of the most precious sacrifice, the crack continued to grow, and a greenish mist began to spread through the nearby streets. It was then that Marcus Curtius, a young Roman knight known for his bravery and nobility, voluntarily presented himself before the council. The most precious thing Rome has, he declared, is not gold, nor jewels, nor temples. It's its young warriors, willing to die for the city. Before anyone could stop him, Curtius mounted his most valuable horse, donned his shiniest armor, and, in front of a stunned crowd, rode straight into the fissure. The sound of hooves beating against stone echoed for a moment, followed by a sepulchral silence. Then, with a deafening boom, the earth began to close in, sealing the young warrior's sacrifice. This event profoundly marked not only the city, but also the way in which the Sibylline books were viewed. The place where the rift closed was consecrated and became known as Lake Curtius, in memory of the brave knight. For the apprentices, it was a powerful lesson in the weight of their responsibilities. Prophecies are not always clear, explained Gaius, but their consequences are always real and often irreversible. Marco, observing the development of his pupils, noticed a significant change in their attitudes. They finally understand, he commented to his companion, that we are not just scholars or priests. We are guardians of Rome's destiny. The atmosphere in the sacred chamber changed subtly after these events. The four men developed an even more rigorous routine of study and meditation. They began to create an elaborate system of notes and commentaries, recording not only the interpretations of the prophecies, but also the signs and omens that accompanied them. Tarquin, aged but still perceptive, realized that it was time to further institutionalize the role of the guardians. By his order, it was established that the Duumviri would have a status equivalent to the highest priests in Rome, with the right to participate in all the important decisions of the state. The books are not just a spiritual guide, declared the king at a session of the Senate. They are the very anchor that keeps Rome connected to the gods. Each prophecy deciphered is a thread in the fabric of our city's destiny. As news of Curtius's sacrifice spread, pilgrims began arriving from all over Italy, eager to pay their respects at the spot where the young knight had given himself to save Rome. Many brought offerings and sought the wisdom of the guardians of the books. One day, while overseeing the cataloging of some minor prophecies, Lucius Petilius made an intriguing discovery. "Masters," he called out, his voice trembling with excitement, I found something about the burnt books. Marco and Gaius quickly approached, followed by Tito Mantilius. In the text, there was a cryptic reference that suggested that the knowledge of the lost volumes was not completely lost. Somehow, echoes of their prophecies were interwoven in the 3 remaining books. It's as if the books were a living organism, observed Tito, adapting and preserving the most essential knowledge, even after the destruction of part of its whole. This discovery led to a new phase of study, with the Guardians looking for patterns and connections that had previously gone unnoticed. They began to realize that some prophecies seemed to change subtly over time, revealing new layers of meaning as circumstances changed. The discovery of the echoes of the burnt books in the remaining pages brought a new dimension to the Guardians' work. Marco and Caio, now with gray hair and weathered faces, watched with satisfaction as their apprentices became worthy successors to their sacred legacy. One morning, as the first snow of winter covered Rome with its white mantle, a dark omen appeared in the skies. 3 eagles, symbols of Jupiter, were seen fighting over the temple, their feathers falling like rain on the sacred steps. The augurs interpreted the sign as a warning of great change to come. Lucius Petilius and Titus Mantius, now fully trained, immediately began consulting the Sibylline books. The pages seemed heavier than usual, as if fate itself were pressing against the ancient parchment. After hours of intense study, a prophecy emerged, clearer and more direct than usual. When pride becomes tyranny, when power corrupts justice, Rome will abandon its kings to embrace a new destiny. The prophecy caused quite a stir among the Guardians. It was the first time the books had spoken so explicitly about a political change. Mark and Gaius knew that they had to report the discovery to the king, but they also understood the danger that such a revelation could bring. When Tarquin received the news, he reacted with a mixture of anger and fear. His last years in power had been marked by growing authoritarianism, and rumors of discontent were already circulating among the patrician families. The prophecy seemed to confirm his worst fears. Perhaps there is an error in the interpretation, suggested the king, his voice betraying his anxiety. Consult the books again. There must be a way to avoid this fate. But the Guardians knew that the prophecies in the Sibylline books were not warnings that could be ignored or altered. They were glimpses into the fabric of fate, as inevitable as the sunrise. In the days that followed, more signs began to appear: crows nesting in the royal palace, statues of the gods weeping blood, thunder on clear days. The tension in the city grew by the day. Tarquin's son, Sixtus, committed a terrible act against Lucretia, a Roman noblewoman, triggering a series of events that would lead to the popular revolt, led by Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquin Collatine. In the midst of the ensuing chaos, the Guardians of the Books faced their greatest challenge: preserving the sacred texts during the political transition. While the angry mob marched against the royal palace, Marco and Gaius organized a secret operation to transfer the books to a safe place. The books do not belong to any king or form of government, Marco declared to his apprentices. They belong to Rome, and our duty is to protect them for future generations. During a moonless night, the four guardians, aided by a small group of Vestals, transported the sacred volumes through underground tunnels to a secret sanctuary in the depths of the Temple of Vesta. The site had been prepared weeks before, when the first signs of the revolution began to appear. The fall of the monarchy was swift and decisive. Tarquin and his family were expelled from Rome, marking the end of the Age of Kings and the beginning of the Republic. In the midst of the political transformation, a new order needed to be established for the safekeeping of the Sibylline books. The newly formed Roman Senate, recognizing the importance of the sacred texts, expanded the number of guardians from 2 to 10, creating the Decemviri Sacris Faciundis. This expansion reflected not only the need for greater protection for the books, but also the new political structure of the Republic, which was more inclusive and representative. Marco and Gaius, although already elderly, oversaw the transition and the training of the new guardians. Their last lessons to their successors were full of wisdom accumulated over decades of service. "The books are like Rome," said Marco in his final speech, "eternal but constantly changing. Each generation must learn to interpret them according to its time, but always maintaining the sacred essence of their purpose." The prophecy about the end of the monarchy had been fulfilled, but the guardians knew it was just one of thousands contained in the ancient volumes. The pages continued to pulsate with a life of their own, holding secrets and revelations that would guide Rome through the centuries to come. Years later, when the Republic was firmly established, it was discovered that the Sibyl had predicted not only the fall of the kings, but also the greatness that Rome would achieve under its new form of government. The 3 books that remained proved sufficient to guide the city through its transformations, confirming the mysterious wisdom behind the prophetess's actions. The Sibylline books continued to be consulted at the most critical moments in Roman history, their prophecies echoing through the centuries, like a golden thread weaving the fate of the eternal city. And so, Tarquin's decision to buy the last 3 volumes, although it indirectly contributed to his own downfall, ensured the survival and greatness of Rome far beyond his reign. The story of the Books of Destiny has become a living legend, passed down from generation to generation, reminding everyone that true power lies not in political authority, but in the ancient wisdom that guides the steps of humanity through the ages. The sun rose lazily over the ziggurats of Babylon, dyeing the clay bricks with golden tones, as Namur, a young apprentice judge of just 18 years old, climbed the endless stairs of the temple of Shamash, god of justice. His fingers absently stroked the leather bag he carried, filled with still damp clay tablets. His latest transcription of the Code of Laws he was studying under the tutelage of the respected judge Enlil Nasir. The cool morning air carried the aroma of freshly baked bread from nearby bakeries, mixed with the incense emanating from the temple. Namur adjusted his simple tunic, aware that his attire distinguished him from the more senior scribes who were already beginning to circulate through the corridors of the administrative complex. His apprentice status was evident, but his keen gaze and determined stance suggested someone who would not be content with that position for long. Upon entering the study chamber, he found his mentor already poring over a pile of ancient tablets, and Lil Nasir was a middle-aged man with gentle yet tired eyes and a meticulously trimmed gray beard. "Ah, Namur," he said, without looking up from his work. "I see you're up early again. Did you bring the transcripts I requested?" "Yes, master," Namur replied, carefully removing the tablets from his bag. "But during the transcription, I noticed something peculiar." He hesitated for a moment, weighing his next words. "The laws about debt and slavery. There are inconsistencies between the different records." And Lil Nasir finally looked up, his eyebrows furrowed in a mix of curiosity and concern. "What kind of inconsistencies?" "Older versions speak of 3 years of servitude to pay debts, but more recent records mention 7 years. And there are other subtle changes that favor creditors and nobles." Namur spread his tablets on the table, pointing to the passages in question. The mentor examined the evidence silently, his aged face gradually taking on a grave expression. "That's worrying," he muttered, "but maybe it's just a transcription error." "With all due respect, master, I found the same pattern on several sets of tablets, and the changes seem deliberate." Namur lowered his voice, aware of the other scribes who were beginning to occupy nearby tables. "How can the laws dictated by Shamash change over time?" Before Enlil Nasir could respond, an authoritative voice cut through the air. "What is this blasphemy I hear?" High Priest Marduk Bani Apli appeared among the shelves, his elaborate robe contrasting with the simplicity of the surroundings, his dark eyes fixed on Namur with unsettling intensity. "Just an academic discussion, Venerable," and Lil Nasir quickly intervened. But the damage was done. "The laws are sacred, young apprentice," the high priest declared. "To question them is to question the will of the gods themselves. I suggest you focus on learning them, not on looking for flaws where none exist." Namur bowed his head in a respectful bow, but his clenched fists betrayed his frustration. When the high priest walked away, Enlil Nasir touched his shoulder gently. "There are truths that are dangerous, my young friend, and there are times when wisdom lies in knowing when to be silent." But Namur could no longer simply accept it. That same afternoon, he slipped into the temple's oldest archives, a labyrinth of dusty shelves rarely visited. There, among forgotten records and broken tablets, he began to build his own file of discrepancies. With each discovery, his heart beat faster. It was not just the laws on debt that had been changed, but also those regulating trade, punishments, and even the rights of different social classes. In the midst of his clandestine investigation, he heard voices approaching. He quickly hid behind a bookshelf, recognizing the voice of the high priest, talking to someone in a conspiratorial tone. "The young apprentice can be a problem," he said. "He asks too many questions." "There are ways to deal with people like that," replied a voice that Namer identified as belonging to Rimsin, one of the city's most influential nobles. "Perhaps an example needs to be given." Namer's heart skipped a beat. He had stumbled onto something much bigger than simple legal discrepancies. It was a web of manipulation that stretched across the highest levels of power in Babylon. Sacred laws, supposedly immutable and divine, were actually tools in the hands of the powerful. That night, as the city prepared for bed, Namur lay awake in his modest quarters, confronting an impossible choice. He could do as his mentor suggested and remain silent, ensuring his safety and possibly a prosperous career as a judge. Or he could seek the truth, even if it meant challenging not just the legal system, but the entire power structure of Babylon. The young apprentice looked out the window, observing the torches that illuminated the ziggurats against the starry sky. Somewhere out there, people suffered under the weight of unjust laws, believing that their misery was the will of the gods. Namur knew he couldn't live with himself if he didn't try to do something about it. With trembling fingers, he began writing on a new tablet, documenting all his discoveries. If something happened to him, he wanted to leave a record of the truth. The night wore on, and with each word etched into the clay, Namur sealed his fate. No longer a simple apprentice, judge, but a man on a collision course with the powers that ruled his world. The next morning, Namur carefully hid his compromising records under a loose board on the floor of his quarters. The weight of the previous night's discovery still weighed heavily on his shoulders as he headed toward the temple, each step a battle between duty and conscience. Upon entering the study chamber, he immediately noticed that something was different. His mentor, Enlil Nasir, was not in his usual place, and the other scribes avoided his gaze. A tense silence hung in the air, broken only by the gentle scraping of stilettos on the clay. Master Enlil Nasir will not come today, one of the older scribes reported, his voice low and cautious. He was called to a mission to Ur. Namur felt his stomach sink. Ur was weeks away, and his mentor had never mentioned such a trip. The sudden absence could only mean one thing. His investigations had not gone unnoticed. Deciding not to show concern, Namur took his usual place and began working on the day's tablets. But his mind was far away, devising plans and considering potential allies. I needed to act cautiously, but also urgently. During the midday meal break, he headed for the market, where the hubbub of the crowd offered some protection from prying ears. There, among stalls selling dates and spices, he met Ishtar, a young merchant he had known since childhood. "You look distraught," she observed, as she weighed grain for a customer. More than usual for someone who spends his days studying ancient laws. Namur waited for the customer to walk away before responding. "Ishtar, I need your help. Do you still have contact with those merchants who travel to other cities?" Her dark eyes narrowed curiously. "Why do you want to know?" "I need to send a message to Ur," he said, lowering his voice even further. "It's important that no one knows." Ishtar studied his face for a moment before nodding discreetly. "Come back at sunset. I know someone leaving tomorrow." With this small victory assured, Namur returned to the temple, where he spent the afternoon cataloging recent processes. Each case he now examined revealed new patterns of injustice. Poor merchants condemned to years of servitude for small debts, while nobles escaped severe punishment with offerings to temples. At dusk, he returned to the market. Ishtar was waiting for him with a sun-worn-looking man who introduced himself only as Zababa. "He's trustworthy," assured Ishtar. "And most importantly, he has no love for the priests who control the temple fees." Namur handed Zababa a small sealed tablet containing a coded message for his mentor. In Ur, look for Enlil Nasir. He will know what it means. When the merchant left, Ishtar took his arm. Now tell me the truth, Namur. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? He hesitated, but realized he would need allies. In a low voice, he shared his findings about the changes in laws and the conspiracy he had witnessed. Ishtar's eyes widened with each revelation. That explains a lot, she murmured. Traders have noticed changes in regulations, always favoring the same groups, but questioning the laws. She shuddered. It's dangerous, Namur. More dangerous is allowing this manipulation to continue. He responded, I need your help, Ishtar. Your contacts in the market, your ears listening to conversations. She sighed, but there was a gleam of determination in her eyes. You've always been too stubborn for your own good. But you're right. This can't go on. In the days that followed, Namor established a careful routine. During the day, he maintained appearances at the temple, dedicating himself to his tasks with exemplary diligence. But every spare moment was dedicated to expanding his information network. Through Ishtar, he began to collect stories of merchants and artisans who had been harmed by the changes in laws. Each account reinforced the pattern he had discovered, a systematic alteration of the legal code to benefit an increasingly powerful elite. A week after Enlil Nasir's disappearance, Namor received its first direct threat. Upon returning to his quarters, he found his belongings rummaged through and a broken tablet on his bed, a clear warning to abandon his investigations. Instead of intimidating him, the threat only strengthened his resolve. That night, he secretly met with Ishtar and a small group of trusted traders in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. It's not just debt laws, he explained to the group. The entire system has been corrupted. The punishments, the taxes, the business regulations, everything has been changed to serve the interests of the powerful. And what can we do? Asked an old weaver. We are just traders and artisans. We can start by spreading the truth, Namor replied. Each of you knows people who have been harmed by these unjust laws. If we can show that these changes are not the will of the gods, but the work of greedy men. The group discussed until late into the night, devising plans and establishing a communication network. Namor knew they were taking the first steps on a dangerous journey, but he also knew he was no longer alone. As he returned home in the darkness, he noticed a figure in the shadows. His heart quickened, but as he approached, he recognized the familiar face of one of the temple's youngest scribes. I'm not the only one who noticed the discrepancies, the scribe whispered. There are others who question, others who want to help. Resistance was growing, silent but determined. As he prepared for bed, Namor reflected on how his search for truth had turned into something greater than he could have imagined. The battle for justice in Babylon was just beginning, and he knew that the days ahead would bring even greater challenges. The following week, the streets of Babylon were buzzing with whispers of discontent. The network of informants that Namor had established was beginning to bear fruit, with stories of injustice circulating in the markets and taverns. The young apprentice watched this subtle change with a mixture of hope and apprehension, knowing that each murmur of resistance increased both his chances of success and the risks he was taking. During one of his regular study sessions at the temple, Namor noticed an unusual movement. Groups of palace guards moved through the halls, their gleaming armor contrasting with the simple robes of the scribes. His instinct told him something important was about to happen. It didn't take long to find out why. The high priest Marduk Bani Apli had called an extraordinary assembly in the great temple courtyard. Merchants, artisans, and nobles were called to hear an important divine pronouncement. Namor strategically positioned himself among the younger scribes, close enough to hear, but not close enough to draw attention. The high priest, in his most elaborate ceremonial robes, ascended the pulpit with a grave expression. The gods have expressed their concern. His voice boomed across the courtyard. There are those among us who question the sacred order, who spread doubt about divine laws. Know that such behavior is an offense to the gods themselves, punishable by exile or worse. The priest's eyes scanned the crowd, and for a brief moment Namor felt that penetrating gaze rest on him. His heart quickened, but he kept his expression neutral. Years of training as an apprentice judge serving him well at that moment. After the assembly, Namor secretly met with Ishtar in a small warehouse near the river. They're getting nervous, she whispered, handing him a small tablet. More merchants reported changes to their contracts, always favoring the same nobles. What about Enlil Nasir? Asked Namor, eager for news of his mentor. Zababa returned from Ur last night, Ishtar replied, her face tense. Your mentor never got there. No one in Ur knows about him. The news hit Namor like a physical blow. His fears about Enlil Nasir's fate seemed to be confirmed, and the reality of the danger he faced became even clearer. That same night, while working in his quarters, by the light of a lamp, Namor heard stealthy footsteps in the corridor. He quickly hid his compromising documents and waited, tense. The door opened, revealing Kippur, one of the temple's oldest scribes. We don't have much time, Kippur said, closing the door quietly behind him. The high priest plans a grand ceremony for tomorrow. They will present new, divine pronouncements, more changes to the laws. How do you know that? Asked Namor. Cautiously, because I was the one who engraved the new tablets, Kippur replied, his voice thick with guilt. I've been doing this for years, changing the laws as ordered. But after seeing your courage, I can no longer participate in this. Kippur's confession was a powerful, but also dangerous weapon. If the scribe was truly willing to help, his insider knowledge would be invaluable. However, it could be a trap. Why are you telling me this now? Because Enlil Nasir was my friend, replied Kippur, his eyes shining with unshed tears. And because I know what they did to him, I can't let the same thing happen to you. Over the next few days, Namor and his allies worked tirelessly. With Kippur's help, they gained access to more old documents, systematically proving every change made to the laws over the years. Ishtar mobilized her network of traders to document specific cases of injustice, creating a parallel record that contradicts the official version. But the siege was closing. Temple guards began making more frequent rounds of the archives, and some of Namor's allies reported being followed. The tension in the city was palpable, with more soldiers in the streets and priests making public proclamations about the importance of maintaining divine orders. One afternoon, As Namur was examining documents in the archive, he heard a commotion in the courtyard. Running to see what was happening, he found a crowd gathered around a merchant who was being publicly flogged. "This man has spread lies about the sacred laws," a guard announced. "May your punishment serve as an example to all." Namur recognized the man. He was one of the traders who had shared information about manipulated contracts. Their eyes met Ishtar's in the crowd, and they both got the message. Time was running out. That night, an urgent meeting was called at the abandoned warehouse. The group had grown, now including not only traders and artisans, but also some temple, scribes, and even a disenchanted young priest. "We can't wait any longer," declared Namur. "With each passing day, more people suffer under these corrupted laws. We need to act before it is too late." "But how?" asked one of those present. "They have guards. They have the power of the temples. We have something more powerful," Namur replied. "The truth. And tomorrow, during the great ceremony, we will reveal it to all of Babylon." The plan was audacious and dangerous, but there was no alternative. As the group discussed the details, Namur felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. It was no longer just about uncovering the truth. It was about changing the course of their city's history. The big ceremony was approaching, and the city was pulsing with nervous energy. Namur spent the night finalizing preparations with his allies, each knowing their role in the plan that could change the fate of Babylon. The young apprentice knew that he was risking not only his life, but also that of everyone who had joined his cause. At dawn, the streets were already crowded with people heading to the great temple. Merchants closed their stalls, artisans abandoned their workshops, all summoned to witness the new divine pronouncements. Namur watched the movement from the window of his quarters, his heart pounding against his chest. "Is everything ready?" asked Ishtar, who had slipped into the room before sunrise. "Yes," he replied, touching the tablets hidden in his tunic. Kippur confirmed that the original documents are exactly where he said they are. We just need the right distraction. The plan was complex but precise. During the ceremony, while the high priest presented the new laws, a group of traders would create confusion in the market near the temple. When the guards went to investigate, Namur and some loyal scribes would have access to the sacred archives, from where they would retrieve the original versions of the laws. What if something goes wrong? Concern was evident in Ishtar's voice. "Then at least we will have tried," Namur replied, though his stomach churned at the possibility of failure. The ceremony began at noon, with the high priest Marduk Bani Apli conducting elaborate purification rituals. The crowd pressed into the temple courtyard, and Namur noticed several familiar faces strategically placed, his allies awaiting the signal. "The gods have spoken again," proclaimed the high priest, his voice echoing across the courtyard. "In their infinite wisdom, they bring us new guidelines to maintain order and prosperity." It was at that moment that screams began to echo from the market. "Thieves! Thieves!" The commotion quickly grew, with sounds of breaking pottery and people running. As predicted, several guards left their posts to investigate. Namur gave the signal, and Kippur began his part. The veteran scribe approached the high priest with a tablet, apparently to aid in reading the new laws. but his hands were shaking so much that the tablet fell, breaking into pieces. The confusion that followed was the moment Namur had been waiting for. While all eyes were on the incident, he and 2 other scribes slipped into the temple, heading for the secret archives. "Quickly," he whispered, as one of the scribes manipulated the hidden mechanism that Kippur had revealed. The stone wall moved silently, revealing a small chamber filled with ancient tablets. With nimble hands, they began to collect the original documents. Each tablet was proof of the systematic manipulation of laws over the years. But just as they were about to leave, they heard footsteps approaching. "Continue," Namur ordered the others. "I distract them." Leaving the secret chamber, he came across 2 temple guards. Before they could react, he began reciting aloud an ancient prayer to Shamash, as if he were absorbed in devotion. The distraction worked for a few precious seconds, allowing his companions to escape through another exit. Returning to the courtyard, Namur saw that the chaos had intensified. What had started as a planned distraction had turned into a full-blown protest. Merchants and artisans shouted their grievances, years of frustration finally finding outlet. "Silence," cried the high priest, but his voice was swallowed up by the crowd. It was then that Namur climbed onto one of the temple's pedestals, his tablets raised above his head. "People of Babylon," his young but firm voice cut through the tumult. "The laws that govern us are not divine. They have been changed by greedy men." A shocked silence fell over the crowd. Namur began reading the original documents, comparing them with the most recent versions. Each difference revealed provoked murmurs of indignation among those present. "Seize him," ordered Marduk Bani Apli, his face contorted with fury. But when the guards moved towards Namur, something unexpected happened. "No." The strong, familiar voice made everyone turn around. There, leaning on a cane, and in his traveling clothes, was Enlil Nasir. Namur's mentor had survived. His face showed signs of abuse, but his eyes burned with determination. "I can confirm every word my apprentice says. I was sent away because I also discovered the truth, but I managed to escape." The presence of the respected judge changed the dynamics of the situation. More people began to speak out, merchants reporting unfair contracts, families separated by manipulated debts, scribes confirming changes in laws. The high priest tried to maintain control, but it was too late. The truth, like a flood of the Euphrates, could no longer be contained. Some guards, noticing the change in the winds, lowered their weapons. "This is treason," cried Marduk Bani Apli, but his voice now sounded weak and desperate. "The only treason," replied Namur, "was against the people of Babylon and against the very gods in whose name you claimed to speak." The crowd began to move towards the high priest and his closest allies. The revolution that Namur had started with a simple discovery in the archives was about to change the course of his city's history. The revolution on the temple steps quickly turned into a defining moment for Babylon. As the crowd advanced toward the high priest, Namur raised his voice again, this time with renewed authority. "Let us not tarnish this moment with violence," he proclaimed. "Let true justice prevail, not revenge." His words seemed to calm the angry crowd. Enlil Nasir, limping but determined, stood beside his apprentice. "The young man is right. Let's do this the right way, through the laws, the original and fair laws." Royal palace guards began to arrive, Attracted by the commotion, in front of him came a man Namur recognized as Ningal Idin, the king's chief advisor. His face was serious as he assessed the situation. "What does this disturbance mean?" he demanded. Namur stepped forward, still holding the tablets. "A revelation of the truth, noble advisor. We have proof that the sacred laws have been systematically changed over the years, harming the people for the benefit of a few." Ningal Idin looked over the documents presented, his expression gradually changing from skepticism to deep concern. The silence in the courtyard was absolute as he compared the different versions of the laws. "This is very serious," he finally declared. "The king must be informed immediately." The high priest, seeing his authority crumbling, tried one last trick. "This is a plot to destabilize the divine order. These documents are forgeries." "They are not," Kippur interjected, advancing. "With other scribes, I was forced to make some of the changes myself. I can identify every change, every manipulation." In the days that followed, Babylon experienced a profound transformation. The king, after examining the evidence, ordered a full investigation. The high priest and his main allies were arrested, awaiting trial for their crimes against the people. And Lil Nasir, recovering from his ordeal, shared his story. He had been kidnapped and held prisoner in an abandoned temple on the outskirts of the city, but managed to escape with the help of peasants who sympathized with his situation. "You have done more than expose a conspiracy, Namur," he told his apprentice as they worked together to restore the legal records. "You have shown that justice depends not only on written laws, but on the courage of those who defend them." The task of restoring the legal system would not be easy. For weeks, Namur, now appointed by the king as part of a special reform council, worked tirelessly with other judges and scribes to revise each law, returning them to their original fair form. Ishtar and the merchants began to see immediate changes. Unfair contracts were annulled, debts were renegotiated, and families separated by servitude were reunited. The market gained new life, with traders and artisans working without fear of arbitrary manipulations. "I never imagined that a discovery in the archives could lead to all this," Ishtar commented to Namur as they walked through the now thriving market. "Neither do I," he admitted, "but I learned that the truth has its own power. Once revealed, it cannot be easily suppressed." A new temple was established, dedicated not only to Shamash, but to the preservation of true justice. Namur was appointed its first guardian, with the responsibility of ensuring that the laws remained transparent and accessible to all. In a special ceremony, the king declared that all future changes to laws must be made publicly, with the participation of representatives from all social classes. It was a revolutionary change in the way Babylon governed itself. "You have transformed our city," said Enlil Nasir to Namur during the celebration that followed. "But more importantly, you have shown that a single individual, armed with truth and determination, can change the world." Namur looked at the city he loved so much, its ziggurats still majestic against the evening sky, but now symbolizing something new. No longer the oppressive power of a few, but the strength of a people united by justice. "The change we have made here," he reflected, "is just the beginning." Other cities, other kingdoms need to know that it is possible to build a more just society. And so, as Babylon entered a new era, the story of the young apprentice who dared to question divine laws began to spread throughout Mesopotamia, not as a legend of rebellion, but as a testament to the power of truth and the importance of standing up for what is just, no matter the cost. The sun was setting over a transformed Babylon, and Namur, watching from the archives room where it all began, knew his work was far from over. But now he was no longer alone. The pursuit of justice had become a common cause, a dream shared by all those who believed that laws should serve the people, not the other way around. And so, the ancient city continued its journey, no longer bound by corrupted traditions, but guided by the light of truth and justice that a young apprentice had dared to reveal.